allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning. The committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 2505 to block the use of transatlantic technology in Iranian-made drones act, H.R. 4233, the AUKUS Reform for Military Optimization and Review Act, H.R. 4216, the Made in America Defense Act, H.R. 4215, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations Licensing Reform Act, H.R. 1144, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2025, H.R. 4490, the Providing Appropriate Recognition and Treatment Needed to Enhance Relations Act, H.R. 3429, the U.S.-Japan Republic of Korea Trilateral Cooperation Act, H.R. 4335, the Abraham Accords Defense Against Terrorism Act, H.R. 3068, the Missile Technology Control Revision Act, H.R. 3613, the Streamlining Foreign Military Sales Act of 2025, H.R. 2633, the U.S.-South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act of 2025, and H.R. 4140, the Burma Genocide Accountability and Protection Act. I announce that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and I may recess the committee at any point without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures, and again, without objection, so ordered. I want to take a moment just to make a separate announcement on the operations of the committee and the committee moving forward as it relates to amendments, with the goal of trying to make this committee more paperless if possible. As hopefully all members are aware, markups now have an option to submit amendments electronically. At the markup of the State Authorization Act, in less than 2 months, we expect hundreds of amendments, so this becomes far more important when you're dealing with hundreds of amendments. A lot of work occurs behind the scenes, if members are not aware, for all of those amendments: jurisdictional review, technical assistance, budget impact, an opportunity to modify the language to fix any problems or issues with those needs to take place. So to incentivize submitting amendments early enough for that due diligence to occur and incentivize getting members to do it paperlessly, we're going to ask that this committee, that individuals submit that 48 hours in advance. That's the goal. This committee will waive the requirement for the sponsor to provide a paper copy if that takes place, if the amendment is electronically submitted 48 hours prior to gavel. Moving forward, amendments submitted before the 48-hour deadline will be digitally distributed to members during markups. That's a process that we're working through with all of you to make sure that we have the appropriate contact for you, email, text, whatever it is that you want to receive that in a paperless fashion. We can save a few trees in way of conducting it in that way. For today's markup, no amendments were submitted by the 48-hour deadline. Therefore, any member offering an amendment is expected to bring their own 70 copies. That is the incentive that we give to make you do this paperless, in a paperless way, make you bring your own copies instead of us doing all the printout for you. In that, let's move forward. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2505, the Block the Use of Transatlantic Technology in Iranian-Made Drones Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2505, to require the development of strategies and options to prevent the export of Iran and certain technologies related to unmanned aircraft systems and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the
Without
House.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize and support myself in support of this bill. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Keating, for leading this important bill. Iran's continued proliferation of lethal drones represents a clear and direct threat to the U.S. security. Through the development and export of low-cost, long-range unmanned aerial vehicles, most notably the Shahed series, Iran has enabled asymmetric warfare across multiple regions. We've all witnessed this. According to the Global Terrorism Trends and Analysis Center, According to the Global Terrorism Trends and Analysis Center, most UAVs deployed in conflicts across the world today originate from Iran. We've seen them used for years by Iran's proxies in places like Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. Indeed, just last week, Yemeni forces interdicted a significant shipment of lethal Iranian weapons, including missiles and critical UAV components destined for the Houthis, just days after the Houthis sunk not one but two commercial ships transiting the Red Sea, killing at least 4 innocent mariners. More recently, we've seen them used by Iran directly, including against our friend and ally Israel. And it's been well documented that Iranian drones have played a pivotal role in fueling Vladimir Putin's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. As this demonstrates, the proliferation of Iranian drones is not merely a regional concern, it's a global challenge. Their adaptability has allowed state and non-state actors to bypass traditional military constraints. Iranian strategy of exporting drone technology to support indigenous production has exacerbated this threat, amplifying the reach and capabilities of these terrorist groups and providing Iran with a low-cost means of testing regional defenses. Addressing this threat requires coordinated international efforts to disrupt supply chains, enforce export controls, and invest in counter-drone technologies. The unchecked spread of Iranian UAVs, including to terror proxies like the Houthis, risks normalizing the use of unmanned systems in conflict zones, escalating tensions and eroding regional stability. I urge my colleagues to join me in robustly supporting this piece of legislation. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ranking Member Meeks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Keating for his continued leadership in advancing bipartisan efforts to counter Iran's drone program, a threat that continues to bring devastating harm to civilians and critical infrastructure in Ukraine and Israel. And I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill to help ensure that the United States and European technologies smuggled via illicit intermediaries don't fuel Iran's drone program. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Iran has exported thousands of Shahed drones to the Russian military, fueling attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure. In June alone, over 5,400 Iranian-made drones were launched into Ukrainian airspace, an average of more than 100 per day, with a single coordinated assault on July 9th involving 728 drones. Iranian drones have been used to strike residential neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, and power plants, overwhelming Ukraine's air defenses and deepening the humanitarian crisis. At the same time, Iran has armed Hamas and other terrorist groups in the Middle East with similar drones, which played a direct role in the October 7th attack and murders of scores of Israeli civilians. This legislation is a timely and necessary response. We know from recent declassified analysis, including by the Defense Intelligence Agency, that many of the components recovered from Iranian drones originated from the United States and European manufacturers. Despite existing sanctions, H.R. 2505 closes critical gaps in enforcement and aligns our intelligence and interdiction policies with our national security interests. This is not just a non-proliferation issue. It's about protecting innocent civilians, defending our allies, and confronting a clear and growing threat. Nothing in this bill authorizes the use of military force, and any administration must seek the authority of the United States Congress before engaging in warfare with Iran or any other entity. All tools of American power should be used to stop Iran's nefarious behavior, but diplomacy and other methods of soft power should always be the tip of the spear. This bill helps our government better deploy such tools, and I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Keating.
Thank you, Chairman Mast. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for holding this markup and for bringing forward my legislation, H.R. 2505, to block the use of transatlantic technology in Iranian-made drones act for consideration here today. Since February 24, 2022, we've seen the impact of Iranian-made drones on the battlefield in Ukraine. As Ukrainians bravely fight Russian fight Russian aggression and continue to defeat Russian military equipment with superior U.S. and European defense equipment, Russia has turned to its allies, China, North Korea, and Iran, to supplement its war effort. The extent of the Iranian-Russian partnership was shown in 2025 when both countries finalized and signed a 20-year strategic partnership to expand their bilateral ties and deepen their defense cooperation by closely coordinating their activities at the regional and at the global level. This pact assures both countries will work together against common military threats, strengthen the military technological cooperation, and ensure participation in joint exercises. This is a timely and troubling development as Iran seeks new international partners following the steady erosion of its proxy network and as Russia searches for new pathways to influence the Middle East through the fall of Russian-backed Assad regime in Syria. At the same time, we know that Iran and its proxies, like Hamas and Hezbollah, have repeatedly used drones to disable Israeli communications and surveillance capabilities and attack Israeli citizens and its infrastructure. Most recently, in the two-week conflict between Iran and Israel, Iran launched more than 1,000 drones at Israeli territory. The threat from Iranian drones remains ever present, and as Iran continues to expand its regional and international military presence, we must act in response with a whole-of-government approach to target Iran's steadily advancing drone program and to prevent the illegal export of U.S. and European technology for use in Iranian-made drones. This is why I introduced H.R. 2505. This legislation requires the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense to each draft strategies and report to Congress on actions that have been taken to prevent the illegal export of certain U.S. technologies to Iran and to Iran's related unmanned aircraft systems. This bill ensures that the subcomponents that are key to the manufacturing and functioning of unmanned aircraft systems like microcontrollers, voltage regulators, digital signal controllers, GPS modules, and microprocessors are not exported from the United States for use in any aspect of the design, development, and production of operational employment of Iranian-made unmanned aircraft systems. This legislation also includes provisions to ensure the Secretary of State is working with allies and partners to synchronize our export control regimes and to close loopholes related to the illegal export of U.S. and European technology for use in Iranian drones. I want to thank Chairman Joe Wilson for being an original co-sponsor of this legislation, both this Congress and the Congress before, and I want to thank other bipartisan members who have co-sponsored. I also want to thank the committee leadership for coming together to a bipartisan agreement on this particular text. I firmly believe that this legislation furthers U.S. policy towards our allies in Ukraine and in Israel, improves our export control regime, and punishes Iran for its malign influence campaigns. I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? You're raising your hand, Mr. Kane. Representative Kane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm pleased to support this important legislation. They block the use of transatlantic technology in Iranian-made drones act with my esteemed colleagues. This bill addresses the growing concern of drone proliferation as Iran seeks to obtain the latest technologies in modern warfare. We have seen that the danger Iran poses, and we must ensure that they do not obtain the latest drone technologies. The consequences of drone warfare have devastated Ukraine as Russia continues to target Ukraine with unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs. I think we can all agree, regardless of party, that we need to work with our partners and our allies to ensure that technologies critical to UAV proliferation do not end up in the wrong hands. We have seen the damage that UAVs have done in Ukraine. I'd encourage my colleagues to support this legislation to further peace and stability in the Middle East. I support this effort, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Any further debate? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, I'm grateful to be working with Congressman Keating in regard to this legislation and how important it is that we address the threat of the regime in Tehran and also war criminal Putin. In line with that, I am really hopeful, too, that at some time soon we can address the issue of repealing the Caesar Act. The people of Syria have remarkably overthrown the dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad. Appropriately, he has fled to Moscow. I take it personally because in November, I was identified as an enemy of the Syrian state. Well, I was an enemy of the state, but a supporter of the people of Syria. And so I'm so grateful that, again, for the people of Syria, they now have a new government. We have the prospects of Assad living in Moscow. That must be an interesting place. In addition to that, working together with our allies of Turkey, with Saudi Arabia, with Jordan, to help build a secure Syria. And the greatest beneficiary of that would be the people of Israel, to have a level of security and not a fragmented Syria. So I look forward to working with the chairman, as we have in the past, for the provision of having a repeal of the Caesar Act so that their companies can truly invest in the new Syria, which would be very beneficial, first of all, for the people of Israel. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move for consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that committee report H.R. 2505 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and a recorded vote has been requested. Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4233, the AUKUS Reform for Military Optimization and Review Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4233, to modify provisions relating to defense, trade, and cooperation among Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
Without objection, the first reading of this bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself in support of this legislation. Last Congress, this committee worked in a very bipartisan and bicameral manner to codify the AUKUS partnership. It was a groundbreaking defense partnership between the U.S., U.K., and Australia, created with the intention of keeping a free and open Indo-Pacific and strengthening defense trade between the U.S. and some of our closest allies. The AUKUS partnership presents a unique opportunity for the U.S. to strengthen our relationship with our allies while promoting innovation in defense technology and strengthening the U.S. defense industrial base. While Congress codified the AUKUS partnership last year, AUKUS has faced numerous challenges in its implementation due to what we often see as bureaucratic red tape. Through the Foreign Arms Sales Task Force, members have heard from the AUKUS embassies, as well as defense companies utilizing the expedited process created by the AUKUS legislation. In each of these engagements, the same concerns have been raised over and over again. East Asia Pacific Subcommittee Chairwoman Young Kim heard these concerns and worked with the Arms Sales Task Force, Ranking Member Dean, to formulate this bipartisan legislation that addresses some of these challenges. The Armor Act will ensure that U.S. defense industry and our AUKUS partners are able to take full advantage of the benefits of this groundbreaking defense agreement. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Representatives Kim and Dean's bill to further improve defense cooperation with our AUKUS partners, Australia and the UK, through an important trilateral agreement that was initiated by the Biden administration. From its inception, I've been a strong supporter of AUKUS as an important way to bolster our alliance to better meet challenges in East Asia and the Pacific and work together with our allies towards a common cause, in this case, a free and open Indo-Pacific and an ironclad security cooperation. AUKUS facilitates this by providing Australia with additional submarine training and technology in Pillar 1, as well as knitting together cooperative defense research and development efforts between Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom in Pillar 2. This bill aims to build on important bipartisan provisions in the FY24 NDAA, which set the foundation for AUKUS and provides minor but necessary technical improvements. Principally, it clarifies and enshrines the ability for AUKUS partners to re-export and retransfer defense material and technology within the AUKUS construct through established channels with necessary safeguards. It also provides technical fixes and clarification to the already strong bipartisan AUKUS foundational text. As the Trump administration conducts its belated review of AUKUS, and many of us here in Congress on both sides of the aisle look forward to seeing AUKUS continue forward. This bill is a helpful contribution to its shared goals, and I thank the authors of it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Mix, for holding today's markup and considering my bipartisan bill, H.R. 4233, the AUKUS Reform for Military Optimization and Review Act, or ARMOR Act. The ARMOR Act enhances defense trade and cooperation between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, which collectively make up the AUKUS Trilateral Security Partnership. Since 2021, the AUKUS Security Partnership has been a cornerstone of our collective defense strategy, fostering collaboration on advanced technologies like nuclear-powered submarines, AI, and hypersonic capabilities. Unfortunately, current barriers, including outdated export controls and bureaucratic hurdles, slow the sharing of critical defense technologies among our trusted allies. H.R. 4233 removes these obstacles, enabling faster, more secure transfers of defense articles while maintaining essential safeguards to protect sensitive technologies. Specifically, it expands the expedited licensing to include retransfers, removes the congressional notification requirement on certain AUKUS transfers, requires a report on implementation of expedited review for export licenses, and requires an annual review of the excluded technology list to ensure the list is relevant and aligned with AUKUS goals. The Indo-Pacific faces growing challenges. China's aggressive posturing in the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea, North Korea's provocations emboldened by its alliance with Russia, and other destabilizing actions demand a united front. Time is of essence. We need to expedite our three nations' access to markets and make sure AUKUS is working as intended. Bureaucratic delays to the AUKUS agreement weaken our ability to counter threats and to maintain technological and defense superiority. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, which will send a strong message to our adversaries and friends alike that the United States is serious about working with like-minded allies to preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. I want to thank ArmSales Task Force co-chairs, Representatives Zinke and Dean, for joining me in this introduction of this bill. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Representative yields. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, being no further discussion, the committee will move for consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Chairman, may I ask for a recorded vote?
In a moment, you may. Not quite yet. There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4233 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and I believe there is a request for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman.
That recorded vote will be postponed until the end. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4216, the Made in America Defense Act. This bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
HR 4216 to direct their Secretary of State in coordination with the Secretary of Defense to carry out a review of the list of defense articles.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Biggs amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. I now recognize myself in support of this bill. When our partners and our allies choose to procure U.S. origin defense articles or services, they have a choice to purchase items via foreign military sales process or the direct commercial sales process. And while the foreign military sales is often the path of choice due to the robust total package approach, DCS is preferable in many cases as it is faster and a more nimble process than FMS. When you need the weapons, you need them. However, the State Department maintains an out-of-date list of defense articles that may only be purchased via FMS. This list is meant to only include the most sensitive technologies that would pose a risk to U.S. competitiveness if certain technologies were to be shared via DCS. But its outdated nature ends up creating the very problem it seeks to avoid. U.S. competitiveness is limited as our partners choose to turn to other sources for technologies that are too slow to procure from the United States. President Trump's April 9 executive order mandated the State Department review and update the FMS-Only List. This legislation would codify that requirement and go one step further by requiring an annual review of that list. Ms. Biggs' bill will also enhance congressional reporting requirements to ensure that Congress has oversight over any changes to that list. This much-needed legislation is part of the key of reforming our foreign defense sales process to ensure that the U.S. maintains its competitiveness and remains the global partner of choice for procurement of defense technology. Is there any further discussion on this legislation? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Representative Biggs' bill regarding foreign military sales. I appreciate constructive efforts by members of this committee, including on the Arms Sales Task Force, who have sought to develop bipartisan proposals to improve how the United States provides defense articles and capabilities to our partners and allies. Foreign military sales, or FMS, enable the United States to provide defense articles and services to our allies and partners. United States FMS cases offer a unique opportunity to provide most capable military platforms to our friends through what has historically been known as the total package approach. Not only the military hardware itself, but training, repairs, maintenance support, and capacity building for the nation's military. Our adversaries simply do not and often cannot provide such exquisite technologies and the whole suite of support that comes with it. The United States total package approach, advanced technology, and our diplomatic influence and values set us apart. While FMS transfers are fit for many cases and situations, some foreign partners have sought to expand their defense purchases via greater direct commercial sales from U.S. firms. This bill directs the Department of State to conduct an annual review in consultation with the Department of Defense of what weapons and technologies can be moved from the FMS-Only List to be eligible for direct commercial sales. But importantly, it does not modify or undermine Congress's oversight or visibility into proposed arms transfers. Given the rapid changes in the defense sector and my interest in ensuring our allies and partners are effectively supported via United States security assistance and defense sale, I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Biggs, are you asking to be recognized?
Thank you, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks. The Made in America Defense Act strengthens American manufacturing, supports our allies, and advances national security, all by cutting through the bureaucracy that's slowing us down. President Trump's executive order on reforming foreign defense sales made very clear we need faster, more accountable systems. This bill delivers on that. It allows trusted allies to acquire critical American-made defense equipment directly, speeding up delivery and reducing dependence on slow, outdated government channels. Here's the bottom line. The Made in America Defense Act is about one thing. It's about putting American workers and manufacturers first. In South Carolina's 3rd District, this means more welders, more machinists, and more engineers on the job. More orders flowing to manufacturers in Anderson, Greenwood, and Oconee counties, and faster delivery to top-tier equipment to our partners overseas. Cutting red tape drives demand. That means expansion, hiring, and investment at home. The current foreign military sales process is often too slow to meet our urgent needs, and we're not dismantling it, we're improving it. Direct commercial sales for select items will make our supply chain more agile and responsive while preserving oversight where it's needed most. Across the upstate, small businesses producing precision parts, military textiles, and advanced electronics are ready to scale. This bill gives them the runway to grow, compete, and to lead. My bill will strengthen our defense industrial base, reinforce our alliances, and create high-quality American jobs in the process. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Let's move with purpose and deliver results for our workers, our allies, and and those that our nation can count on. And with that, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further debate? Seeing
Sir.
none, being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Sir, may I request a recorded vote?
In a moment, you may. Being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4216 as amendment to the House with favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. And a roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4215, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations Licensing Reform Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4215 to require the Secretary of State to promulgate expedited and fixed timelines for the decision-making process to license the export.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I will now recognize myself in support of this bill. America's foreign defense sales programs are known for slow timelines and an opaque process, unfortunately. There is often little clarity about how different foreign partners are prioritized, which can lead to frustration and confusion from allies as they seek to procure U.S. origin defense articles. The inefficiency forces our partners to consider turning to other countries to source their capabilities. The direct commercial sales process presents a quicker, more straightforward pathway for our allies and partners to purchase U.S. technology. The U.S. authorized over $200 billion in DCS sales in FY 2024, a significant increase from 2023, and over $80 billion more than FMS sales. These numbers show that DCS is the future of arms sales process. But more needs to be done to streamline DCS to ensure the U.S. can remain the partner of choice for foreign origin defense technology. Mr. Baumgartner's legislation would codify President Trump's April 4 executive order to establish a list of priority partners for certain defense sales, and would create a time-bound process for approving DCS cases. This will increase speed and efficiency in the DCS process and ensure our partners and allies are able to continue procuring U.S. origin defense equipment in a timely manner. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 4215 seeks to improve the processing of direct commercial sales of defense articles to our allies and partners. And while I have disagreements with the Trump administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle regarding how the United States should pursue and better administer security assistance as only one component of our foreign policy, I do agree Congress should take the steps to support our allies and partners getting defense articles they need in a timely manner. This bill will institute clearer timeframes for the licensing decisions made by the State Department for direct sales of defense items by private firms to foreign buyers. While large systems like aircrafts, ships, tanks, and missiles are principally provided via the Foreign Military Sales, or FMS, process, a number of important items such as small arms, vehicles, radars, and other equipment are transferred via direct commercial sales. These items are often vital to our partners and allies to replenish their military stocks and defensive capabilities. While the vast majority of such proposals for export sale are processed and licensed in the expeditious manner, foreign partners often seek greater speed and clarity regarding the process. This bill simply institutes reasonable timeframes of up to 60 days for a licensing decision to be made. This does not preordain an outcome. The State Department can still either return such licenses for adjustment or modification or reject the requested license outright. These are options available now and will still be under this bill. Importantly, the bill also does not alter or undermine congressional oversight over direct commercial sales. While I have numerous concerns with other areas of arms sales and security assistance policies of this administration, including President Trump's executive order on arms sales, I support efforts to provide our allies and partners with improved timeliness and processing for defense articles they need for our shared national security goals. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields. Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly applaud the efforts of my colleague, Mr. Baumgartner, and I certainly support this bill, but this is only one of many actions we need to take for the U.S. Industrial base and the European industrial base because we have, for instance, to Mr. Meek's point, we're adding a factory simply for 155 artillery rounds, and there is a search around the world for them. So while I applaud this bill, we've got a lot of work to do in Congress to encourage and support the defense industrial base. And with that, I ask my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Representative Yields. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Baumgartner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is one of the most important bills that will be considered in the 119th Congress. America today faces a more complex security environment than any time since World War II. One need only look at imperialist China, militant Russia, Iran supporting terrorist actors across the globe, and North Korea rattling its nuclear saber, transnational terrorist groups, drug traffickers. It is a dangerous, dangerous world out there. And increasing the amount of American foreign military sales not only helps our allies help us deal with these challenges, it also helps us create new allies and allies that are better integrated into our military apparatus when and if we do need to take action. It also is tremendously important to our economic growth and a real opportunity. Unfortunately, today, our military sales process is mired in red tape and bureaucracy and is stuck in the mud. Fortunately, this bill is an important part of the solution. H.R. 4215, the International Traffic in Arms Regulation Licensing Reform Act, is a bill aimed at cutting through the bureaucracy and red tape that slows down our ability to support key security partners around the world. Our current arms export licensing system is based on outdated Cold War era rules and is far too slow, far too opaque, and far too risk adverse to address the complex threats our nation faces today. Right now, each license application for direct commercial sales is reviewed on a case-by-case basis without priority, again, without priority or expedited consideration for American allies. This approach creates unnecessary delays and can inadvertently hinder U.S. national security interests. We must prioritize these sales in a strategic fashion. And our partners cannot afford to wait years for approval, and they shouldn't have to. My bill would address this very issue by setting strict timelines for licensing decisions and prioritizing applications that involve key partners and allies, all while strengthening our defense industrial base, an issue which Congressman Self just spoke very eloquently to. I want to especially thank Congressman Zinke for his leadership and for our Arms Sales Task Force for driving this bill forward. It demonstrates to our allies that the United States will have their back, not just in the world, not just in word, but in action. Let's make America and the world safer, and let's make our economy stronger. I urge my colleagues to support HR 4215 and support this critical step towards a faster, more reliable arms sale transfer process. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4215 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a roll call vote, recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1144, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2025. That's a long title, Chris. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1144 to reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000.
Without
And for-
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Smith Amendment, in the nature of a substitute, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself in support of the bill. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Smith from New Jersey, for leading this important bill. I know personally from many discussions that we have how personal this is to him, how close to his heart this is to him. He's been carrying legislation, this and legislation like it for many years. It's constantly something that you work on. You've made it your priority, and I appreciate that and your work to move this across the line. I support this legislation. Trafficking in persons, the buying and selling of human beings, is a horrific form of modern slavery. Between yourself and your co-sponsor, Representative Mfume, leading this effort, I have no doubt that you'll make a difference to the world and what we see taking place all too prevalently. Today, millions are trafficked globally for labor or commercial sex obtained through force or fraud or coercion. Transnational criminals profit off of human trafficking to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars, often stealing directly from Americans. Since 2021, a new and very troubling form of trafficking has emerged as well in Southeast Asia, where Chinese criminal gangs are operating industrial-scale compounds that are devoted solely to conducting online crypto scams. These scam centers are powered by the forced labor of hundreds of thousands of trafficked victims, and they target Americans. Sometimes estimates say Americans were scammed out of over $5 billion in 2024 alone. Last year, I chaired an oversight subcommittee hearing on State Department grants programs, and there I heard from the ambassador at large to monitor and combat trafficking in persons, who testified on the work of the TIP office does to expose and prevent trafficking, prosecute traffickers, and protect victims. The bill before us now, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2025, it reauthorizes the TIP office and its work and makes common sense amendments to strengthen our anti-trafficking statutes. Ever since Congress passed the original Trafficking Victims Protection Act in 2000, the United States has led the world by example on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And this year marks the 25th anniversary of the passage of the original Trafficking Victims Protection Acts, also written by Representative Smith. I would urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan piece of legislation. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank you for bringing up the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2025. This bill is essential to our nation's ongoing efforts to combat the global scourge of human trafficking and uphold the core values of freedom, dignity, and human rights around the world. In the face of the administration's cuts at the State Department and USAID to core institutional mechanisms that address issues related to human rights, including trafficking in persons, passing this bill sends a powerful message that the United States Congress remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting vulnerable populations and advancing human rights globally, honoring the enduring legacy of the great Frederick Douglass in the fight for human dignity. We passed this bill last year, and I think it's time that we get it over the finish line, passing it again, getting it through the Senate and on the President's desk to be signed. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. The author of this legislation, Representative Smith, is now recognized.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for putting it on the schedule and for your very strong commitment to this issue of trying to protect women and children and men from modern-day slavery. So thank you very, very much, and for your kind words. And to Mr. Meeks, thank you as well. This year, as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, marks the 25th anniversary of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, comprehensive landmark legislation that I authored that is the cornerstone of U.S. and global anti-human trafficking efforts. I would remind my colleagues that when I first introduced the TVPA in the late 1990s, the legislation was met with a wall of skepticism and even outright opposition. Assistant Secretary of State Harold Koh testified right here in this room that against most of the provisions of that bill. He said that there was no need for a tip office, just put it into the country reports on human rights practices. He said that the sanctions would be counterproductive, which they are not. I pointed out at that time that one reason why our civil rights laws work is because there is a penalty phase for those who do not follow human rights norms and civil rights norms as prescribed in those statutes. We did prevail, and thankfully it was done in a totally bipartisan way, and we did get the bill over the finish line. At the time, trafficking was widely associated with drugs and with weapons, not human beings. I talked to several U.S. attorneys who, as soon as I brought up the subject, they defaulted right to a discussion about weapons and especially about drugs. Back then, stories of women and children being bought and sold and treated as commodities for sale were met with disbelief, but we persisted, and as I said, in a bipartisan way, we got the bill passed in the House, then in the Senate, and then it was signed into law by President Clinton. It established what is now well known, a framework called the 3 Ps: prevention of trafficking, protection for the victims, and prosecution of the traffickers. I would note parenthetically that more than 2,225 major cases have been, traffickers have been convicted and are today doing serious jail time. Even Epstein was being prosecuted pursuant to the TVPA, but he died obviously before justice could be meted out. But so many, and many of our U.S. attorneys, one of the things we put into the bill, Mr. Chairman, was to try to empower states to pass their own anti-human trafficking laws, which virtually every one of them has. So more prosecutors, more weapons against these people who treat people, again, in such a heinous way. The trafficking law created the tip office, the tip report, which continues to hold governments around the world accountable for failing to combat this heinous crime. Today we are considering, and again, I thank you for putting it on the schedule, H.R. 1144, and we honor Frederick Douglass, a man, a heroic man, a brilliant man, and a Republican who was born into slavery, who became one of America's greatest abolitionists. The bill was developed in very close collaboration with his great-great-great-grandson, Kenneth Morris, and shaped by insights and trauma-informed input from survivors and of trafficking. I'm grateful, very grateful, to Democratic lead co-sponsor Kawisi Mafuni for his leadership and deep commitment to ending modern-day slavery, and to colleagues like Chairman Emeritus Michael McCall, Maria Salazar, Joe Wilson, Ms. Radewagen, Brian Jack, Blake Moore, and many others who have joined in this effort. I would remind my colleagues, and Mr. Meeks mentioned this a moment ago, that this bill has passed the House in the last 2 Congresses, in 2022 and again in 2024, again with broad bipartisan support, over 400 members voting for it, only to stall in the U.S. Senate. And I urge my colleagues to again try a final effort again to get this across the finish line for the victims and to stop this practice. Specifically, it reauthorizes programs across the State Department, Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and the Department of Health and Human Services. It continues the Angel Watch program to prevent convicted child sex predators from exploiting and raping children overseas. Megan Kanka, the little girl, International Megan's Law is what we call it, was from my hometown of Hamilton. A convicted pedophile lived across the street from her, invited her into his home, brutally raped her, killed her, buried her, and then he went out and handed out brochures saying, "Do you know where Megan is?" That led to Megan's Law in all 50 states, which has had a very profound impact. And then we found out that many of these people who are convicted travel on these child sex tourism trips, and they rent a child for a week or 2 and exploit the living daylights out of them. This now notices countries of destination before they leave and also stamps their passport with information that says the bearer is a child sex predator and has been convicted for that. It also enhances, and this is not part of our jurisdiction, Mr. Chairman, but it is jointly referred to some other committees, which I believe will waive, to provide situation awareness training for elementary and secondary school students so they can be aware and know what the signs are so that they're not trafficked. Again, I want to thank you so much for this, and I yield back.
Representative Yields. Any further discussion? Anything over here? No. Representative Kane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to support this important legislation, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2025. Human trafficking is a terrible atrocity, and survivors never fully escape the trauma of their trafficking. In my home state of New Jersey, tireless advocates continue to push for justice for these victims. This bipartisan legislation is an important step in protecting the victims of this horrible crime. It will ensure grant funding is provided to help American communities recognize and respond to trafficking. Additionally, it will allocate funding to help educate and to employ survivors of human trafficking. Through this legislation, we can take an important step in the fight against human trafficking. I thank their colleagues for their partnership, and I urge this committee to support this important legislation. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Seeing none, I move that the committee report H.R. 1144 as amendment to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4490, the Providing Appropriate Recognition and Treatment Needed to Enhance Relations Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4490 to amend the International Organization Immunities Act to extend diplomatic
Without
privileges.
objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself in support of this legislation. I support the Partner Act because it strengthens U.S. diplomatic engagement with key international and regional organizations at a time of growing global competition. The bill extends diplomatic privileges and immunities under the International Organizations and Immunities Act to a number of different groups: ASEAN, CERN, the Pacific Islands Forum, the Caribbean Community, and the African Union. Secretary Rubio has recently attended meetings with a number of these, the ASEAN Summit, where he reaffirmed his commitment to this important multilateral organization and others. In doing so, it acknowledges these entities as legitimate counterparts to other international organizations that already receive such treatment under U.S. law. This step reflects a practical recognition of the growing roles in shaping regional security, economic development, and global coordination. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Partner Act. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill. Convention has been that in order to grant diplomatic privileges and immunities to an international organization where the United States is not a full voting member, Congress must act first. Extending the status to an international organization sends a crucial sign of respect and makes it much easier to work with them in simple ways, including to establish a physical presence in the United States with diplomatic status or enabling officials to travel here with diplomatic visas. Today, in advancing this bill, we act to strengthen our partnerships with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the Pacific Islands Forum, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the Caribbean Community, and the African Union's mission of the United Nations. Every component of this bill is bipartisan. It represents a consolidation of 5 separate pieces of legislation to which have passed the House in previous Congresses. So I want to give a thank you to Mr. Castro for his tireless effort in this area. And this dates back to the 117th Congress and the original partner with the ASEAN Act, and acknowledge the many representatives from both sides of the aisle whose work is reflected in this product. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Further discussion? Representative Castro, I'm sorry, is there further discussion over here? Sorry. Representative Self.
Mr. Chairman, most of these are nations that have diplomatic immunity through their embassies. The CERN is a different animal under this bill. I would certainly support the CERN getting this, visited with them on site recently, and I believe that they need it for the academic and scientific work. The rest of these are companies, and I have concerns about several of the nations themselves because, again, they have diplomatic immunity through their embassies. I have concerns about expanding this, and we could have a discussion on whether or not it actually weakens the embassy level by giving this them. So I will probably be a no on this simply because my concern for several of the nations. Thank you.
I thank the representative for voicing his concerns. Do any other members seek recognition? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for bringing this up in today's agenda and for your support on advancing this legislation in a bipartisan manner. One of the measures here, of course, is a Partner Act, which would strengthen the U.S. diplomacy by extending privileges and immunities under the International Organizations Immunities Act to several key regional and international organizations. And I want to take a moment to explain why extending privileges and immunities to international organizations is so important and why we do it. These legal protections aren't perks or favors. They're standard tools that ensure international organizations can carry out their official functions effectively and independently. Privileges and immunities allow these institutions to operate without the threat of litigation, taxation, or other interference that could compromise their diplomatic or technical work. They don't shield individuals from accountability for private actions, but they do create the space for official work to be done without disruption. This is the same framework that protects U.S. diplomats and officials when we participate in international organizations abroad. It's part of the basic infrastructure of diplomacy around the world. Extending these privileges and immunities is not just symbolic, it would have meaningful benefits to U.S. diplomacy and engagement with these partners. Under U.S. law, the President is authorized to extend these privileges and immunities to international organizations that the United States is a member of, such as the United Nations or the Organization of American States. For organizations that the United States is not a member of, a specific act of Congress is required, as was done for the European Union and the African Union. This bill ensures we treat partners like ASEAN, CARICOM, the Pacific Islands Forum, and CERN with the same level of recognition and respect. And then finally, the Partner Act includes language from a number of different legislative efforts in the House and the Senate consolidated into one vehicle. And so I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Young Kim, Ed Case, Dusty Johnson, Johnny O, Amada Coleman, Radowagan, Sheila Sherflos McCormick, Maria Salazar, Bill Foster, Mike Lawler, and Bill Wizenga for their leadership and contributions to this effort. Also want to say that this bill has passed to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee just last month, and want to thank over there Senators Risch, Duckworth, and Cortez Masto and Ricketts for their efforts as well. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Castro. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Thank you. Being no further discussion of the bill, committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Seeing none. I move the committee report H.R. 4490 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3429, the U.S., Japan, and Republic of Korea Trilateral Cooperation Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3429 to establish.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I now recognize myself in support of this bill. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Barra and Representative Wilson, for their bipartisan leadership on this piece of legislation. The U.S., Japan, and Republic of Korea Trilateral Cooperation Act builds on historic momentum from the August 2023 Camp David Summit, reaffirming our shared commitment to peace, security, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. As threats from China, Russia, and North Korea mount, this bill provides a platform for coordination among three of the region's most trusted partners. By establishing a formal inter-parliamentary dialogue, we are ensuring Congress is directly engaged in advancing the trilateral partnership. In an increasingly volatile Indo-Pacific, our trilateral unity with Japan and South Korea is essential to countering aggression, deterring conflict, and safeguarding the international rules-based order. With this legislation, we send a clear signal the United States is serious about deepening strategic cooperation with our closest allies in Asia. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this forward-looking piece of legislation. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support this measure authored by Ranking Member Barra and thank him for his leadership in encouraging greater trilateral cooperation with two of our closest allies in the world, Japan and South Korea. This is a bipartisan measure that highlights the importance of our cooperation to advance our shared interests in the Indo-Pacific. The trilateral cooperation has strong bipartisan support in Washington, but now that we have new leadership in all three capitals, we must sustain it. That is why this bill is so important. It calls on the Secretary of State to work with the Japanese and Korean governments to establish a trilateral inter-parliamentary dialogue. This is vitally important, and it is why I support this measure, and we should pass it collectively. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks. I'd also like to speak in support of H.R. 3429, the U.S.-Japan ROK Trilateral Cooperation Act, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan legislation. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Wilson, Kelly, Castro, Smith, and the late Honorable Jerry Connolly, who were co-chairs of the Korea and Japan caucuses, for introducing this bill with me. Representative Connolly was a champion of the trilateral relationship, and I'm pleased to see this committee continuing his legacy by considering this important legislation today. Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, the historic Trilateral Leaders Summit at Camp David really did mark a milestone of codifying multi-year trilateral military exercises between our partners, improved cooperation on ballistic missile defense between the United States, Japan, and Korea, a trilateral working group on North Korea's cyber activities, a trilateral development finance corporation to work together in other areas, trilateral maritime security cooperation framework, a supply chain early warning system, and much more. And that was at the executive level. What we've also seen, though, is at the executive level, we had an election last November with the new administration coming in, but we've also seen both in Japan and Korea, new administrations coming in. And part of the thought behind the legislative dialogue, the inter-parliamentary dialogue on an annual basis, is many of us who are members of the United States Congress, members of Japan's Diet, members of Korea's National Assembly are here longer than one administration or another. So we do think an annual gathering is incredibly important. Talking to our counterparts in Japan and Korea, they also share that same intention of an ongoing dialogue. So this legislation really would strengthen that critical trilateral cooperation by really codifying an annual interparliamentary dialogue between the United States Congress, Japan's National Diet, and South Korea's National Assembly. And with that, again, I think this is an important piece of legislation. I respectfully urge the committee to pass H.R. 3429 and reaffirm our commitment to deepening the U.S.-Japan ROK trilateral cooperation in the face of the shared challenges. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you for your work on this piece of legislation. Representative Barrett, do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Mfume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak briefly in support of this Amendment 3429 and associate myself with the comments of yourself as chair and Mr. Meeks as ranking member. All duly noted facts and all duly noted in terms of why it is important that we get behind this. And I don't want to forget anybody else. I know Mr. Barrett pretty much said the same thing, so I would associate myself with his remarks also. And while I have the floor, Mr. Speaker, I do want to commend members of the committee, in particular Mr. Smith of New Jersey, for fighting so very hard for this Frederick Douglass human trafficking law. It's very important, and the gentleman from New Jersey has worked on this over and over and over again. I'm happy to be a co-lead on it, and understanding the fact that Frederick Douglass cared so much about trafficking. In this case, it was trafficking of human beings, slaves, and finding a way to bring an end to that. I think it was appropriate that this particular amendment carries that title. And again, I want to thank Mr. Smith and everybody else who worked so hard to bring this to fruition. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3429 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a recorded vote?
In a moment.
Okay.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may I
A
ask?
roll call vote
Thank you.
has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4335, the Abraham Accords Defense Against Terror Act. This bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4335, to provide authority to enhance security assistance with countries that are engaged in regional security cooperation efforts in the Middle East and North Africa and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Also, without objection, the Lawler amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself in support of this legislation. Thank you. I want to thank my friend and my colleague, the MENA Subcommittee Chair, Representative Lawler, for sponsoring this piece of legislation. The Foreign Military Sales Program, which we've spoken about quite a bit today, is a key component for our national security. FMS strengthens our alliances, enhances interoperability with partner forces, promotes regional stability by ensuring that foreign governments are equipped with high-quality, reliable U.S. defense systems. Yet the process underpinning foreign military sales is complex, lengthy, and opaque, leading many of our traditional defense partners to question U.S. reliability and commitment to our long-term partners. There is a clear recognition that it's simply not enough for our equipment to be the best. Those procuring U.S. origin weapons must also have the confidence that our equipment will be delivered on time in a transparent manner. Streamlining the FMS process is critical if the U.S. is to remain the partner of choice, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa, which represents the lion's share of FMS cases globally, yet also subject to some of the most egregious delays. This inherent unpredictability has increasingly driven our traditional partners to consider alternative defense suppliers, threatening the competitiveness of the U.S. defense industry as well as its interoperability. These sales are critical to ensure our partners and allies have the tools that they need to continue working with the U.S. to advance our shared objectives. These issues are something this committee will work hard to address, a goal that I know is shared by this administration. This is why this bill is essential by ensuring FMS sales to partners and allies in the region who have taken steps to advance critical U.S. national interests, notably with respect to Iran and Israel, receive priority when it comes to congressional review. These sales not only build partner capacity, but also help strengthen interoperability, as I've said already. This helps ensure key partners in the region are equipped to work in a hand-in-glove manner with us to collectively respond to evolving security challenges and ultimately strengthens our collective deterrence and therefore overall regional stability and the strength of the United States of America. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me be clear that I'm a strong supporter of the Abraham Accords and the efforts by Arab states to normalize diplomatic relationships with Israel. It is something that I have seen over my lifetime in Congress for the first time, countries agreeing to the Jewish state of Israel. It is the beginning of trying to get to a real peace in the Middle East. It is just the beginning. We have a long way to go. But I'm a supporter, and I thank the many Arab countries who have agreed to normalize diplomatic relations with Israel. And I look forward to others joining to do just that. It's the only way to work towards broader regional peace and stability. And it's important, though, that countries do so based on merit and genuine openness. We shouldn't be having a set of quid pro quo arrangements or enticements. It should be done on the merits as we see countries agreeing and moving forward. We cannot ever forget human rights. It is, in Mr. Lawler's bill, it would mandate expedited processing of all U.S. arms sales to the Abraham Accord countries, as well as we shrink the statutory required congressional review time of any such sale from 30 to 15 days. Why do I disagree with this? Is because this would put such a review period on par with our historic U.S. treaty allies, like NATO member countries, like South Korea and Japan. And while I support the broadening of the Abraham Accords, I don't believe it is appropriate to equate long-standing allies like the UK, like France or Canada, all countries with which the United States has detailed comprehensive defensive agreements, to countries who have thus far had inconsistent and checkered records regarding the U.S. weapons, the use of U.S. weapons in conflicts and protections of sensitive defensive technologies. An example of that would be the misuse and diversion of U.S. weapons in Yemen. The UAE, unfortunately, continues to provide armed support to the RSF militia in Sudan. And this has been extensively documented. I've paid particular attention to what's taking place and talking to our humanitarian groups and talking to individuals about what's happening on the ground there. It concerns me. I appreciate the UAE becoming an Abraham Accord country and working with Israel in that regards. But if we provide expedited timeline to our closest allies, or we do provide an expedited timeline to our closest allies because of the presumption of approval, I can't say that we have a presumption of approval in this case with the countries who are party to the Abraham Accords. This bill also comes at the time that the Trump administration has made corrupt pay-to-play deals with the Gulf governments, a central part of U.S. policy. Congress still has yet to receive any substantive details from the administration regarding the arms, crypto, and AI deals the White House announced during President Trump's May Gulf trip. This reflects the administration's unfortunate pattern of discounting the legislative branch and flaunting transparency and oversight. And for these reasons, I cannot support this bill at this time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this bill forward for markup today. The Abraham Accords were the single greatest development towards peace in the Middle East in recent decades. For over 75 years, Israel has been our staunchest ally and a pivotal partner in the region. Israel is a beacon of freedom, democracy, and prosperity, a true innovation nation with a successful and vibrant society despite the geopolitical conditions they have faced. President Trump recognized this during his first administration, and he worked diligently with some of our partners in the Arab world to showcase this. He showed them the economic benefits to normalizing with Israel, and that the real inhibitor to a prosperous Middle East is not Israel, but Iran. So, at its origins in September 2020, the Abraham Accords included the UAE and Bahrain. Morocco joined the following December. During President Biden's term, he made no forward progress with other nations to normalize with Israel. Luckily, President Trump has again been prioritizing this agreement since he has been back in the White House. The Abraham Accords Defense Against Terror Act will make the president's job just a little easier by further incentivizing countries to normalize with Israel. This legislation will enhance arms sales processes for Abraham Accords countries that also cooperate with the U.S. on anti-Iran efforts or Iran proxy counterterrorism efforts. Specifically, it narrows the timeline for congressional consideration after arms sales are accepted. This is the same preferential treatment that our NATO allies receive. In addition to the tangible benefits of this shorter time period, there's also great symbolism. We are showing our Middle East partners that we're serious about deepening security ties. This was something I emphasized when I traveled to the region this past May, and something I know the President has focused on during his trip there as well. The United States sees the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco as key partners, and we are dedicated to maintaining these relationships and expanding them further. A similar sentiment is shared for Saudi Arabia and our other partners in the region. We are hopeful that Saudi Arabia and others in the future know this as well. As a leader in the Arab world, Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords would make massive inroads for Israel's relationships, not only in the Middle East, but across the globe. So I want to thank Chairman Mast for understanding the benefits of strengthening ties in the Middle East and for bringing this critical legislation before the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I encourage all of my fellow committee members to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Representative yields. Representative Jacobs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposing this bill. Overseeing arms transfer decisions is one of the most important oversight duties of this committee, and I cannot support a bill that weakens our oversight responsibilities. This bill would cut in half the time for Congress to review sales to Abraham Accord countries, which includes Egypt and the United Arab Emirates. In Egypt, Congress maintains long-standing concerns with its poor human rights record and growing ties to Russia and China. In the UAE, I and other members of this committee have expressed deep concerns that Abu Dhabi's continued material support to the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan, which is committing a horrific genocide in Darfur. We should not grant these countries privileged access to U.S. arms, given these considerations. Besides, this bill won't even solve the problems my colleagues are trying to solve. We all know that the arms transfer process is often a years-long process, whose lengthiest aspects are the DoD contracting timeline and the production timeline. Shaving 15 days off of the congressional notification clock will do little to incentivize countries to normalize relations with Israel, but it will have the time highly sensitive sales to countries that require heightened, not weakened oversight. So for that reason, I oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues to do so as well, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud Mr. Lawler's work on this. The Abraham Accords are vitally important to the Middle East. I will just make 2 points along the lines of Mr. Meeks. If everything is most important, nothing is. If everything is number one, nothing is. So we need to be careful because our industrial base is having trouble keeping up right now with our commitments for weapons across the world, as is the European industrial base. And secondly, I want to make very clear that I support the qualitative edge of Israel's weapons from the U.S. over anyone else in the region. So we need to be really careful about the qualitative edge of the Israeli weapon systems that we are getting to them. With that, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move for consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
I'll just use this as an opportunity to make the point again for members. We're working to make a more paperless process. So members have, I believe, up until 48 hours within the markup to get these amendments submitted. If not, you have to bring your own 70 copies of the amendment to distribute. This is an effort to make it painful so that you all choose to use the digital program instead of printing out 70 copies for all the members. But for today,
we did use the digital program. I just didn't know the number.
Not in the right window of time. But today we're working with everybody. Again, we're just trying to make the point so people are in the process of it. And we use less paper in here. So we appreciate it. In that, clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4335, offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois. Page 1, line 8, strike it. Strike it is the
Without
policy.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as my colleague, Mr. Lawler, said, the Abraham Accords were a singular achievement, the most significant achievement in a move in a very important and dangerous region towards trying to achieve greater security prosperity and peace for all of the people in the region. The Abraham Accords, for the first time in history, documented the idea that both Jews and Arabs belong to the same land, that they can share this land and prosper together if they work together. It opened the door to normalization with countries like the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and even Sudan. The Abraham Accords are something that holds out the promise of and possibility of security, prosperity, and peace for the entire region, which is why I'm proud to be the co-chair of the bipartisan, bicameral Abraham Accords Caucus, joining with Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, on the very premise that we need to work to strengthen and expand the Abraham Accords to move it forward. None of the work we do exists in a vacuum. We are building on prior work, so this amendment would make reference to the Israel Relations Normalization Act of 2022 by including the policy stated in that legislation, building upon that work to advance what we're doing here. And that's why we're recommending this amendment to reference the policy of the IRNA that is already part of the work that we have done. In addition, we have a hope for peace. We are at a crossroads moment. The attack on Iran's nuclear program, setting that program back, hopefully paving the way not just to block Iran's path to a nuclear weapon, but to permanently close that path, opens the opportunity for perhaps a different path. And so the second change recommended would be achieved with this amendment would be note that if there is a time during any period in which the United States does not maintain diplomatic relations, this would be the policy. But if we can get to that new period, the policy has the possibility of changing. With that, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Let me say that I support the revised amendment. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank my colleague, Mr. Schneider, for working with us on this amendment, and happy to support it in furtherance of passage of this legislation. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Schneider, number 41. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I have an
moment.
amendment. Okay.
We'll get to your number 42 in a second. Are there any other amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall designate the amendment, shall report the amendment. Clerk shall report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4335, offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois. Add at the end the following new section.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representatives now recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. The idea of this amendment is recognizing that in a region that has a history that dates thousands of years, it is appropriate to review and consider positions that we take as a body here. Recognizing that a generation is at least 20 years, my suggestion is that this legislation will terminate at the end of our generation or 20 years after the date of enactment. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition?
I seek recognition.
Representative Sherman.
I rise in support of the amendment. It's biblically inspired and wise. But I also want to comment on the bill, which surprisingly, perhaps to some, I oppose. What this bill does is it diminishes the effect of congressional involvement in deciding whether to export arms to certain countries in the Middle East. And I have 3 concerns with it. The first is I like congressional involvement. I like that involvement to be effective. And to shorten by 15 days either allows a good decision to go forward 15 days sooner, which is no big deal. It takes years to manufacture these weapons. Or it has the effect of pulling Congress effectively out of the decision-making process. The second concern I have is that this bill is based on the idea that our decision as to whether to export weapons to a country in the Middle East should be based exclusively on that country's relationship with Israel. We have other concerns in the Middle East, one of which is directly triggered by this bill. I believe the United Arab Emirates has entered into the Abrahamic Accords, so you'd say, well, they meet that standard. But there's a war in the Middle East, namely the civil war in Sudan, that has killed far more people than have died in Israel and the Palestinian territories over the last 2 years. That is the war in Sudan. The United Arab Emirates has provided substantial weapons to the Rapid Support Forces, arguably the worst of the factions involved in that civil war. So for us to take Congress out of the decision as to whether we turn to the UAE and say, you ought to stay out of Sudan's civil war, you shouldn't be arming the descendants of the Janjaweed who were responsible for the Darfur genocide, that's a decision that we in Congress should make. And of course, we have to factor in the fact that the UAE has entered into the Abrahamic Accords with Israel. So there are a number of factors. Congress ought to consider them. But the biggest reason I oppose this bill is it starts with the idea that you make the weapons transfer to a particular government, a non-democratic government in most cases, a government that does not necessarily speak for its people, and then you expect that government to continue its policies in the future. If this bill had been effective in 1978, then Congress would have not been in a position to caution against transfers of weapons to the Shah of Iran. And certainly the Shah of Iran met last century's standards for having an Abrahamic Accord agreement. Every weapon that was transferred to the Shah in 1978 was in the hands of the Ayatollah in 1980. So Congress ought to be involved in looking at when weapons are transferred to a country independent of the country's reversible diplomatic stance toward Israel that it has at a particular time with a particular government, particularly when that government could be swept away. And if a government speaks for the people of a country, then you expect that governmental decision to stick. If the government is non-democratic, then when the government is gone, the deal is gone. So I realize that everyone wants to encourage countries to enter into Abrahamic Accords, and we should do that in every way we can, in trade, in discussions, by diplomacy. But we should not short-circuit the decision of whether weapons are transferred to some very, some non-democratic regimes, and we should not take Congress out of that decision, nor should we have that decision be made solely by whether that country has entered into an accord with Israel, a accord which, as I point out, a subsequent government may reverse. So I appreciate the purpose of this bill, which is to encourage the Abrahamic Accords and other countries to join that, and I look forward to finding a way to do that that is less dangerous than transferring highly sophisticated weapon systems to non-democratic regimes without congressional input, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to comment on the amendment, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Schneider, for offering it, and look forward to supporting it in furtherance of passage of this bill. Thank you.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Schneider, number 42. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none. Being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4335 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
You're all premature.
Sorry.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Thank you all for your requests for a roll call vote.
We did it at the right time.
Yes. You two can jinx each other. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3068, the Missile Technology Control Revision Act. This bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3068 to amend the Arms Export Control Act to modify certain provisions relating to AUKUS defense trade cooperation and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, modification.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Huizenga amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment, and I now recognize myself in support of the bill. The Missile Technology Control Regime was signed in 1987 as a non-binding political agreement designated to curtail proliferation of weapons of mass destruction delivery vehicles in the context of Cold War-era arms race. The MTCR is an outdated agreement that has been strictly implemented through the Arms Export Control Act. The current implementation of the MTCR has limited our ability to share missile-related technologies, such as advanced drones and space launch systems, with our closest allies. Meanwhile, Russia and China are exporting similar technologies with fewer constraints, harming U.S. competitiveness and preventing our allies from having access to the most up-to-date technologies. Mr. Huizenga's legislation would allow for expedited defense trade with countries the President determines should be eligible for certain defense trade exemptions. This will improve our partners and allies' access to advanced U.S. origin technology as we work together to successfully combat the threat posed by Russian and PRC origin technologies. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman from Michigan's intent, but I must oppose this measure due to its detrimental impacts on global nonproliferation efforts, the vital importance of protecting and safeguarding sensitive missile technology, and the administration's lack of transparency about its own reportedly recent overhaul of the MTCR policy. The Missile Technology Control Regime is a decades-old political agreement the U.S. pioneered with like-minded G7 partners to limit the proliferation of missiles and sensitive missile technologies. Long-range missiles and rockets are among mankind's most advanced weapons of war and can be employed to deliver the most destructive payloads, including nuclear, chemical, or biological agents. The MTCR was instituted to limit the increasing proliferation of these destructive weapons, and more than 30 countries are now committed to these objectives. The MTCR provides a framework for standards and regulations, coordination and control over such transfers and exports, and mutually reinforcing safeguards. This bill would prematurely create exemptions from the MTCR for the most sensitive missile and drone systems on the planet and weaken the U.S.'s important defense technology controls enshrined in the Arms Export Control Act. Providing for unregulated, uncontrolled exports, even to close partners, for these long-range missile and rocket systems would undermine global arms control and encourage other states to loosen their constraints on such transfers as well. Last year, technical experts on arms control and defense technology at the State Department made clear their opposition to this measure, as did multiple outside organizations such as the Arms Control Association. This year, unsurprisingly, the Trump administration has spoken disparagingly about arms control and has reportedly completely revised its own missile transfer control policy while refusing to provide any details about its new policy to the committee. Supporters on the other side of the aisle may claim that providing additional flexibility or support to certain NATO or AUKUS partners with long-range missile or drone capabilities is necessary, but this is not the case. The administration has plenty of discretion to sell such weapons and capabilities to close allies and partners, and MTCR commitments have never impeded that. Indeed, such systems are routinely approved for transfer to AUKUS partners, including recent Tomahawk missiles SM-6, Global Hawk, and MQ-9s. Additionally, while this bill would loosen arms control from the U.S. side, neither the UK nor Australia are planning comparable preemptive changes to their respective defense controls to allow completely license-free transfer of the most highly capable MTCR weapons. Any modification is best done jointly and in a thoughtful, coordinated manner among all partners, within existing authorities and through the multilateral MTCR structure. Preemptive removal of MTCR categories from important defense licensing controls will undermine the confidence of allies and other nations in our commitment to arms control and multilateral agreements. We are stronger together when we operate multilaterally to uphold important arms control agreements in the face of those states who wish to destroy such efforts. Therefore, I must oppose this measure and encourage all members to do so as well. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Mr. Huizenga, Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to address this. The Missile Technology Control Regime, as you had said, is a Cold War era, non-binding, voluntary political agreement with 35 nations, including Russia. This regime was originally designed to curtail the export of controlled items such as ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, UAVs, and the production facilities of those systems. Oftentimes, the MTCR has produced a strong presumption of denial on these covered technologies, even when exporting to our closest allies. Moreover, as technology has advanced and we have deepened our cooperation and collaboration on advanced technologies with allied nations through partnerships such as NATO, the Five Eyes, and AUKUS, the guidelines of the MTCR have not evolved to meet those new threats. For example, the MTCR operates through consensus, and past attempts to reform export policies have been unsuccessful when countries like Russia have the ability to veto any measures that they do not like. Additionally, the MTCR lacks independent means to verify whether member states are actually adhering to its guidelines, nor does it have a mechanism to penalize states that violate them. So last Congress, my bill, the AUKUS Submarine Transfer Authorization Act, laid the groundwork for implementing Pillar 1 of AUKUS. However, many are worried that the MTCR will stand in the way of current collaboration on AUKUS, especially on the Pillar 2 issues. And as the Representative Jacobs had said, there has been times where we have overcome that presumption of denials with the MQ-9s, the Global Hawks, the Tomahawk cruise missiles, with each of those, but was subject to an interagency review process that immensely delayed those decisions. So we cannot let this opportunity to enhance collaboration with our allies by hindering an overly bureaucratic process bogged down by red tape. And as such, the United States is ceding its sovereignty and allowing countries like Russia to influence how we can engage with our allies and partners. This does not advance the national security interests of the United States, nor does it make us safer, stronger, or more prosperous. The weakness of the MTCR is not only felt by our allies and partners, but also by U.S. companies. I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, a couple of letters of support, one from the Aerospace Industries Association, and then the other from the NDIA, National Defense Industrial Association, and with that, the list
Without
of
objection.
with that, the list of their partnerships, and if any of my colleagues take a look, these are small companies that are in virtually every single one of our congressional districts and states. They're very, very widespread, and this is about jobs in the United States as well. But navigating the time-consuming and opaque process, losing the competitive edge as strategic partners move away from American products instead of choosing foreign competitors, and the lack of orbital launch site availability in the U.S. hinder agile defense startups with innovative technologies from entering the market, all of which is a detriment to the United States. In the time that the United States has subjected industry to a lengthy bureaucratic process, China has fielded countless ballistic missiles and drone systems. Meanwhile, Russia and North Korea are proliferating these capabilities in places like Ukraine, where the Defense Intelligence Agency has confirmed the appearance of North Korean missile debris. It's time to reform our approach on MTCR and foster enduring cooperation with allies and partners in the face of aggressive actions from our adversaries. The ANS on this bill, 3068, is simple and narrowly scoped. It removes the statutory requirement of the MTCR from the Arms Export Control Act, thereby allowing for expedited trade with countries that the president determines, any president, by the way, determines are eligible for a defense trade exemption. At one point I do want to clarify is that this bill does not withdraw the United States from the MTCR or the obligations of global security cooperation. It simply removes policy decisions surrounding the MTCR from the statute by allowing the president to exempt allies and partners from outdated regulatory burdens. The MTCR Act reflects the current security realities and needs to keep pace with the evolving relevance and flexibility required for success on the global stage. And with that, I urge support of this ANS, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative D.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman for his legislation, but I have to tell you that I rise in opposition to this legislation. Considering the ongoing Russian and Chinese goals to steal U.S. origin technology, the protection of advanced sensitive U.S. technologies from our adversaries must be our priority. It is our duty to uphold the international security architecture, including the full scope of arms control measures, both for weapons of mass destruction and conventional arms, to ensure the transparency, predictability of the world's most dangerous weapons. This also includes supporting non-proliferation regimes to strengthen safeguards and protect advanced and sensitive technologies from diversion and exploitation. While I support the importance of defense agreements with our close allies, the amendment proposed by Mr. Huizinga undermines the missile technology control regime and creates blanket exemptions for MTCR Category 1 covered weapons, such as long-range missiles, UAVs, and rockets. I recognize the need to adapt to the speed, scope, and scale of technology sectors, particularly in the defense industry space. However, we must ensure that any amendments do not undercut critical arms control and non-proliferation goals and our obligations or compromise our most sensitive defense industry information. I encourage my colleagues to join me in opposing this legislation, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3068 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Yes, Representative Jacobs.
May I request a recorded vote, please?
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed.
Excellent. Sorry.
There's always one. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3613, the Streamlining Foreign Military Sales Act of 2025. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3613 to amend the Arms Export Control Act to streamline foreign military sales under that act.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I will now recognize myself in support of the bill. We've spoken a lot about foreign defense sales and how they've skyrocketed in the past several years. As the global threat landscape evolves, our partners and allies are increasingly turning to the United States to procure not only American defense systems, but also American training and equipment, because it's the best. Hands down, there's nothing better out there anywhere across the globe. The United States remains the partner of choice for our foreign allies, but slow delivery timelines and bureaucratic red tape undermine our ability to keep up with the increasing demand for U.S.-made systems. A single FMS case can take years to receive the necessary approvals from the U.S. government, and each FMS case requires considerable effort from U.S. officials at the State Department and Department of Defense to prepare. The dollar threshold that determine which defense sales cases need congressional approval have not been updated since the year 2003, despite rising inflation and rapidly increasing demand. President Trump called attention to this matter on April 9th executive order, which required the interagency to consider raising the threshold levels to reduce bureaucratic red tape and speed up the foreign defense sales process. As part of the work of the Arms Sales Task Force, Representative Zinke's legislation to update the congressional notification threshold to levels requested by President Trump would maintain congressional oversight powers while reducing red tape and expediting process for our foreign arms sales. I would like to now ask, do any other members seek recognition? In support? Yes. Representative Jacobs is still recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rarely in my years in Congress have I seen legislative proposals that actually reduce Congress and this committee's oversight ability on consequential national security matters. But this bill is one such case. It is now more important than ever for Congress to assert itself and stand up to increasing executive power, overreach, and maintain its important responsibility to check the power of the executive. I cannot support this measure that would decrease congressional oversight ability. This bill amends the Arms Export Control Act by significantly increasing congressional notification dollar thresholds for major arms sales required to be notified and reviewed by Congress. Representative Zinke's bill either doubles or triples in certain categories the threshold at which major arms sales or other types of defense transfers would be notified to Congress. Higher thresholds mean less oversight and visibility for Congress, as any sales that fall below the dollar value threshold are not notified or reviewed by Congress at all. Even at the current notification levels, without this bill's increases, in 2020, the State Department Inspector General found that over a 4-year period, the State Department provided more than $11 billion in below-threshold sales to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, including weapons Congress had placed holds on due to legitimate concerns over civilian casualties and egregious human rights violations. Much as we saw with the effort last year to move similar legislation, both incorrectly pins partner country frustration with slow U.S. arms deliveries to the congressional review process when, in fact, most significant delays are due to an obsolete, outmoded defense contracting system that piggybacks on top of numerous defense manufacturing constraints and inefficiencies by the industry itself. Notably absent from the conversation and claims made by industry is the continued destruction of our State Department and the summary firing of over 1,300 hardworking Americans without cause. At no point did the Trump administration, either through its arms sales executive order or the minimal consultation with committee about such proposals, ever address the staffing needs or increased budget to lessen strained political military affairs bureau workloads. While my majority colleagues may be quick to claim that the political military affairs functions have been spared the worst cuts of the administration's shameful mass firings, that does not address short-staffed offices and teams there. Let's not kid ourselves. Rubio's cuts at the department will make these delays worse. You cannot do more with less. And worse, this bill further weakens congressional oversight over arms sales as the Trump administration actively undermines the legislative branch at every turn, bypassing congressional review of sensitive arms sales on multiple occasions and seeking corrupt pay-to-play deals. By raising the threshold amounts as the bill proposes, Congress will lose visibility on what arms are being transferred to what countries, struggle to ensure that transfers are consistent with U.S. law, policy, and interests. So I oppose this bill and its objectives, which undercut the oversight functions of this committee. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is another attempt by Republicans to shield the president's corruption from accountability and weaken the already limited checks and balances that exist for arms sales. This administration doesn't seem to want to answer for the lethal weapons it's sending, doesn't seem to want to answer to Congress, not to the public, and certainly not to the people that these weapons are used against. They know that if Congress were allowed to weigh in, many of these sales, including to serial human rights abusers, would never pass scrutiny. So they're doing the only thing they can to avoid accountability, trying to hide the deals altogether. These notifications of arms sales give Congress the ability to weigh in and conduct oversight into the lethal weapons that we send abroad. By raising the reporting threshold by tens of millions of dollars, the president will be able to send billions of dollars in weapons, including drones, bombs, surveillance tools, to foreign governments without even a whisper to Congress. Already, the majority of weapons sold through direct commercial sales fall under the existing notification thresholds, meaning that Congress never actually sees them. And with this bill, even more deals, including deadly ones, would be buried from public view. This isn't streamlining, it's whitewashing. Let's talk about what's already happened under Donald Trump's presidency. Earlier this year, he took a trip to the UAE. He got wined, dined, and bribed by Emirati officials. And when he returned, his administration quietly bypassed Congress, notifying billions of dollars in weapons sales to the Emiratis without adhering to the committee review process that has long been considered best practice. This administration rushed forward with the sale despite credible evidence linking UAE weapons supplies to the brutal RSF militia in Sudan, because it was in the best interest of the president, not of the American people. This undermines democratic accountability, and it highlights another aspect of this administration's corruption. Even though Congress was cut out of the decision to send weapons of war, at least we knew it was happening, so we could attempt to use legislative tools to block sales that aren't in Americans' best interests. Earlier this year, I joined Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib in introducing joint resolutions of disapproval to block the sale of specific offensive weapons to Israel. These sales included bulldozers that have been used to flatten Palestinian homes, JDAM guidance kits that have been used to target civilians, schools, and hospitals, and 2,000-pound bombs with a blast radius so large that they cannot be used in densely populated areas like Gaza without inflicting mass civilian casualties. While these attempts were blocked, they at least provided the American people with transparency about what was happening and the U.S. role in providing these weapons. That is far from sufficient. We need to respond to these atrocities with restraint, with a true assessment of how to ensure that any government upholds our own laws and international humanitarian laws. Instead of that, however, Congress is now being asked to loosen the rules and let even more weapons flow with even less oversight. Republicans are trying to tell the American people that oversight is somehow too cumbersome, that transparency slows things down too much, that checks and balances that are built into these processes are not necessary, and that all power should be concentrated in the hands of the president and his administration. This kind of impunity from oversight is what endangers our credibility and our democratic processes. This bill is not just misguided, it's dangerous. It gives cover to future presidents, Democrat or Republican, who want to green light shady arms deals behind closed doors and flood foreign battlefields with U.S. arms entirely off the books. It's a gift to dictators, a green light for war profiteers, and a direct attack on Congress's oversight. It lets the defense industry write foreign policy and tells the world that the United States is more interested in hastily selling bombs than in protecting human rights. So if you believe in the checks and balances our democracy was founded on, vote no. If you believe in congressional authority and Article I powers, vote no. If you believe in human rights, vote no. And if you believe that no president should be able to sell weapons to autocrats without so much as a cursory notice to Congress, vote no. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Representative Zinke is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for the consideration of H.R. 3613, the Bipartisan Streaming Foreign Military Sales Act of 2025. From Europe to Indo-Pacific, partner nations are increasingly turning to the United States for the tools they need to deter aggression and defend their sovereignty and stabilize the region. There's a reason why U.S. military hardware is highly sought after, because it's effective. FMS by U.S. companies exceeded $115 billion. That's up from $80.9 billion in 2023. When factoring it in as far as direct military sales and FMS, that exceeds what the Department of Defense spends for their equipment. The supply chain in the United States could not operate without foreign military sales and direct commercial sales. These figures underscore the urgency felt by nations throughout the globe amid changing global security paradigms, where equipment changes, generations changes within weeks and sometimes months, but never years, and our procurement system is widely outdated. Within the FMS and DCS processes, magnitudes more of arms sales are from that program than defense. As far as oversight goes, every decision still goes through the same rigorous processes of approval, human rights evaluations and other units and agencies monitored to include the Department of State, Blue Lantern, and Department of Defense, Golden Century. If you don't know what the Leahy laws are, then I suggest you look them up. Congress has never successfully blocked an arms sales. Congressional notification has not been updated since 1976 in some cases. What we've created is a bureaucracy, a nightmare for companies. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter the record as a statement of support from the Aerospace Industries Association and a detailed listing almost in every member's jurisdiction and areas are absolutely small companies that depend on our supply system, depend on jobs, American jobs, of supplying the systems.
Without objection.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. Chairman, this was developed also in concert with Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rubio, and supports President Trump's April 19th executive order of how to reform foreign defense sales to improve speed and accountability. The changes that are made as far as effectiveness goes, it would reduce FMS notifications by about 15%, still having 85%. Again, these figures have not been adjusted for decades. And then as far as the direct commercial sales, it would reduce about 30 to 40% reduction. And with that, I think it's absolutely incredibly important that we increase the speed and accountability of our foreign partners, because right now what happens is our foreign partners pay for it up front. We assuredly will deliver it late, and whatever we do deliver will be obsolete. And in this changing environment, our allies matter, our ability to fight effectively matters, and our ability to make sure we support national strategic policy is what we should be looking at. And I urge your support. I will be calling a recorded vote.
Very good. Any further discussion of the bill? Seeing none. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Seeing none. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3613 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2633, the U.S. South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act of 2025. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2633, to require a full review of the bilateral relationship between the United States and South Africa and identify South African government officials and ANC leaders eligible for the imposition of sanctions and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I now recognize myself in support of the bill. I want to voice my strong support for H.R. 2633, the U.S. South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act. This is a targeted and overdue response to troubling shifts in South Africa's foreign policy under the African National Congress. Let me be clear that this bill is not anti-South Africa, it is pro-accountability. For too long, we've watched a key partner drift closer to authoritarian regimes, conducting joint military drills with Russia, strengthening economic and cybersecurity ties with the Kremlin and Beijing, and aligning with efforts to de-dollarize the global economy. These actions raise serious questions about the ANC's alignment with the democratic values and U.S. interests. Even more alarming has been South Africa's posture following the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel. The ANC's refusal to acknowledge those atrocities, its direct engagement with Hamas leadership, and its politicized case against Israel at the ICJ reflects a government that has turned away from principle and from its traditional role as a bridge between the global South and democratic norms. South Africa or any nation cannot conduct themselves in such a manner and expect the same quality of relationship with the United States of America. H.R. 2633 requires the administration to provide clarity. It mandates a full, comprehensive review of bilateral relationship between our two countries. It requires the President to certify whether South Africa has engaged in activities undermining the United States, national security, or foreign policy interests, and requires a classified report identifying South African individuals eligible for sanctions based on corruption or human rights abuses. These are practical, measured steps to ensure our policy reflects our values. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, not to sever ties with South Africa, but to reset the expectations that we have. We owe it to the American people and to the South African people to take these concerns seriously, and I thank you all for hearing my remarks. Does the ranking member have any comments? Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. South Africa acts as a leader, not only among African countries, but also on the world stage. As we have seen this year with the country's G20 presidency, we have a long history of partnership between our countries that I hope to see continue in the future, including with a successful handover as the United States assumes the G20 presidency next year. Unfortunately, this bill will not help to deepen or further that partnership. Instead, I believe it sets us down the wrong path with respect to our relationship with South Africa. South Africa has taken a number of foreign policy positions that I happen not to agree with. But in mature relations between countries, we can deal with those differences through diplomacy and dialogue. This legislation does just the opposite, taking a heavy hand in mandating a certification and a full bilateral review of relations by the President of the United States, as well as a politically targeted report related to global Magnitsky sanctions. I would also point out that the bill duplicates processes that are already in law, including the certification process under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, and the power to identify perpetrators of human rights violations who should be subject to global Magnitsky sanctions. The President can already do these things if he chooses. He doesn't need this legislation to do it. And let's be honest, President Trump has already disproportionately targeted South Africa. He's done this by trying to embarrass President Ramaphosa and the Oval Office with faulty evidence of purported atrocities in the country, by instituting an executive order cutting all U.S. assistance to the country and putting it in a place where special refugee resettlement programs for Afrikaners. And at the same time, he's blocking the resettlement of literally all other refugees to the United States. Refugees fleeing genocide in Sudan, not allowed. Refugees fleeing Russian bombardments in Ukraine, not allowed. Refugees fleeing political persecution in Venezuela, not allowed. This is glaring hypocrisy, and I do not believe Congress should further enable or double down on President Trump's misguided approach. When we disagree with our partners, including on the continent of Africa, we should handle that responsibly by using diplomacy and presenting convincing arguments. Unfortunately, this bill fails to do that. So I strongly oppose this legislation and urge all of us to look for future opportunities to steer the United States-South Africa relations in a more productive direction. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which Jackson, sir?
Ronnie Jackson.
The senior Jackson.
The one I was looking. I thought I made eye contact with the one I wanted, but next time
Yes, sir.
I'll make it more clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this important markup today and allowing us for swift consideration of my bill, the South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act. For decades, South Africa has enjoyed a rich partnership with the United States, particularly in terms of trade, counterterrorism cooperation, and global health. Recently, however, South Africa has abandoned America and our allies and increasingly aligned itself with our adversaries like China, Russia, Iran, and Iranian military proxies like Hamas. South Africa also hosts Confucius Institutes, cooperates with PRC's Belt and Road Initiative, conducts military exercises with China and Russia, and is involved in efforts to degrade the U.S. dollar in the global monetary system. If strengthening ties with our adversaries wasn't enough, South Africa is systematically going after our partners and allies, downgrading Taiwan's presence in the country, falsely accusing the State of Israel of genocide at the illegitimate International Criminal Court, and mimicking Iran's disgusting dismissal of the atrocities committed by Hamas on October the 7th. Domestically, extreme politicians from the African National Congress, or ANC, have led efforts to target Afrikaners. These actions cannot go unanswered. South Africa and the ANC must be held accountable, and it is imperative that we reevaluate our bilateral relationship to ensure it still aligns with our strategic national security objectives. My bill, the U.S.-South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act, will provide the President and the Secretary of State with the tools needed to conduct a full review of the U.S.-South Africa bilateral relationship and determine whether South Africa has engaged in activities that undermine United States national security or foreign policy interest. In addition, my bill will give the Trump administration the authorities needed to identify and sanction corrupt officials of the ANC and continue to align with China, Iran, Russia, and have abandoned the United States in the process. President Trump has already shown tremendous leadership on this issue, eliminating aid or assistance to South Africa and working to help resettle persecuted farmers outside of South Africa. The U.S.-South Africa Bilateral Relations Review Act will expand on the President's efforts to hold bad actors accountable while promoting our national security and supporting our partners and our allies. I encourage every member of this committee to support my legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I too have expressed concerns with South Africa's engagement with Russia, I do not agree with this bill's approach. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa, I hear constantly from leaders in the Global South that they do not want to be forced to choose between the U.S. and Russia or the U.S. and the PRC. One incredibly successful program of the United States in South Africa is AGOA, which has created jobs and strengthened U.S. soft power in the country, which we know is critical given the economic challenges everyday South Africans face. However, this administration has completely undermined this long-standing bipartisan program's implementation through its slapping of 10% tariffs on all countries and has threatened to increase the tariffs even more. Continuing to undermine this law would be a mistake, including cutting off South Africa's eligibility. I think it's important that we do not punish everyday South Africans for actions of their government that some of us may disagree with. The certification section of this bill also duplicates an existing annual review under the AGOA Act and is unnecessary. The U.S. government already has a process to consider all of these factors and determine AGOA eligibility. I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
I yield myself such time as I may consume 5 minutes. I rise in strong support of the legislation. I want to thank Dr. Jackson for this bill. I think it's long overdue. Thank you for it. I do wish to highlight one provision of the bill which identifies the Chinese Communist Party's ongoing efforts to bully Taiwan and to pressure the South African government into downgrading Taiwan's representative office and move it from Pretoria to Johannesburg. The unrelenting pressure that the CCP wages against Taiwan on multiple fronts is part of a broader strategy to wear down and conquer the frontline democratic partner of the United States. Indeed, tomorrow, on July 23rd, the Congressional Executive Commission on China, which I co-chair, will be holding a hearing entitled Stand with Taiwan, Countering the PRC's Political Warfare and Transnational Repression. The CCP's actions in South Africa is yet another front in this larger campaign against Taiwan. I would note with deep concern that on July 18th, South African Deputy President Paul Mashatile concluded a visit to China And then yesterday, South Africa's Department of International Relations and Cooperation, or DIRCO, issued a statement containing retroactive references with regards to the Taipei Liaison Office in the Republic of South Africa, the officially mutually agreed upon name of Taiwan's representative office. To the government of South Africa, I wish to reiterate that the United States Congress is viewing this very closely, and that any changes from what has been the status quo would be viewed very negatively. It's a core concern, U.S. concern, that democratic countries do not acquiesce and cower to the demands of the Chinese Communist Party. Let's not forget, the Chinese Communist Party is a dictatorship run by Xi Jinping, who is committing genocide as we meet in this hearing or today against the Uyghurs, the Muslim Uyghurs, and a myriad of human rights abuses are committed each and every day by that Chinese Communist Party. We are also watching this very closely because it impacts South Africa's trustworthiness as a partner. South Africa signed an agreement with Taiwan in 1997 by which it agreed to let Taiwan have a representative office in Pretoria, with its diplomats accorded certain rank and privileges. Any unilateral attempt to break this agreement would be unacceptable. I want to commend the Democratic Alliance, which is a member of the Government of National Unity, in its effort to stand up for the democratic Taiwan and push back against the pro-CCP actors in the government who seek to acquiesce to Chinese demands. And to the extent that the African National Congress is seeking to silence the Democratic Alliance reformist voice in the ongoing national dialogue currently underway, this too has now gotten the attention of the U.S. Congress. It is my hope that Taiwan and South Africa can return to the status quo, which was legally binding by their agreement, and that they reject any pressure by the Chinese Communist Party. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 2633, the U.S. House-South African Bilateral Relations Review Act of 2025. This resolution does absolutely nothing to advance our bilateral relations with South Africa, and in fact, threatens to undermine it at a time when strengthening its relationship is crucial. This bill proposes a full review of our relationship with South Africa, and must I say, it's less than 30 years old before there was a segregated, apartheid-backed South African government that the United States was on the wrong side of the people of South Africa. This bill proposes a full review of our relationship, as long as is the focus on the South African government and ANC leaders for potential sanctions. This is not diplomacy, this is coercion. And it's based on a deeply flawed premise that ignores the complexities and international relationships and significant strides we've made together. Yes, we have differences with South Africa, particularly concerning the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the Israel-Hamas conflict. But let's be honest, South Africa's position on these conflicts is no different than some of our own allies. Are we questioning our relationship with our other allies that are Europeans? No, we continue to engage them through dialogue, seeking to win them over. Why should South Africa be treated any differently? This bill even South Africa's stance on the Israeli-Hamas conflict, accusing Israel of genocide. Yet, about 14 countries, including EU and NATO allies alike, like Spain, Italy, Ireland, are supporting South Africa's decision to file a suit in the International Criminal Court of Justice. Are we sanctioning Ireland, Spain, and Italy? The hypocrisy is glaring. Furthermore, let's not forget that President Trump himself went further than South Africa, falsely blaming Ukraine for starting the war and even accusing President Zelensky, calling President Zelensky a dictator without elections, according to the AP. This bill seeks to punish South Africa for positions, in some cases, that echo the sentiment even from within our own government or are shared by our closest allies. South Africa regards this bilateral relationship with the United States as founded on mutual respect and shared values for democracy and liberty. They are open and willing to deepen and expand cooperation through robust engagement. President Ramaphosa has recently dispatched cabinet members to Washington, D.C. for working visits and meeting requests are being submitted to members of Congress from both sides of the aisle. Their effort to reset strained relations are already underway. Congress must also allow diplomacy to play a central role in resolving political differences based on principles of international law, mutual respect for sovereignty. Such engagements will build upon our recent meetings with President Trump and President Ramaphosa. Consider our economic ties. South Africa is our largest U.S. trading partner in Africa, with a total of two-way trade that consumes over $20.5 billion in 2024. Over 600 U.S. American businesses are set up in South Africa and are being very prosperous. South Africa is a strategic partner, a strong democracy, a global voice committed to human rights. We collaborate on shared global policies, health, climate, trade, investment, education, and digital economy. Addressing challenges through mutual respect and respectful dialogues will yield enormous returns for Africa, where we have vital national security interests. The proposed H.R. 2633 will only lead to further tension and undermine the progress that's already being achieved. We cannot convince South Africa that international law doesn't matter and that only the United States law truly matters. This is not leadership, this is arrogance. I must say, as we sit here in these marbled walls of Congress and talk about a democracy, we've had less than a 30-year relationship with South Africa. This is a sovereign nation that chooses to have an independent point of view. They have suffered the most. We have been on the wrong side of exploiting them. The only people that have experienced a genocide and a dispossession of their land and South Africans have been the blacks in South Africa. There is no credibility, no truth to saying that white South Africans have experienced genocide. Those were manufactured pictures. We should have a level of humility, a level of decency, a level of integrity to stand up for what is right. South Africans have not been guilty of white genocide. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Yes, Mrs. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this bill. It appears to be, in large part, an attempt to punish the South African government for its advocacy for the Palestinian people at the International Court of Justice. This is particularly offensive given that Black South Africans are intimately familiar with the oppressive structures of apartheid and land expropriation. It is outrageous and horrifying to see what is happening in Gaza and the West Bank to the Palestinian people. For over a year and a half, the government of Israel has repeatedly used weapons, including many supplied by the United States, to kill people in Gaza indiscriminately, in violation of both our U.S. laws and our international humanitarian laws. In Gaza, the reported death toll has now surpassed 58,000 people, and tens of thousands more have been injured. Hundreds of thousands of homes, buildings, schools, hospitals, and religious sites have been destroyed or damaged, even when it is unnecessary to achieve Israel's stated military goals. 2 million Gazans face prolonged food shortages as the Israeli government uses hunger as a weapon of war. This is, to use Pope Leo's word, barbaric. Palestinians must make an impossible choice: starve or risk being shot while trying desperately to reach food. There is no place that is safe in Gaza, not even churches or other places that should be sanctuaries. I have repeatedly condemned Hamas's terror attacks on October 7th that killed 1,200 people, and I also immediately called for a release of all hostages. But it is unfortunately becoming clear that Netanyahu is not prioritizing the safety of the hostages and has no interest in securing a peace deal. Nor is the Israeli government's intent even simply to dismantle Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu and top Knesset leaders have made repeated comments that disgustingly dehumanize Palestinians, calling for Palestinians to be forcibly relocated. In fact, even the Trump administration has grown alarmed at Netanyahu's behavior, with an administration official reportedly saying Netanyahu is acting, quote, like a madman after his recent strikes on Syria. South Africa's case in front of the International Court of Justice deserves to be fairly evaluated without political pressure. If one is so convinced that this is not a genocide, why not then allow the ICJ to investigate and assess the evidence? Instead, Republicans are now using the same playbook they use in the United States to attack the court and launch outrageous attacks against South Africa to try and discredit their claims. This began with claims of a supposed genocide against white Afrikaner farmers, where even the photo that President Trump showed during these theatrics was from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a country that is over 1,000 miles away from South Africa. And if he cared about facts, he would know that a crime report from the South African Police Service shows that only 0.1% of murders in the country have been directed towards farmers. And despite Black South Africans representing 80% of South Africa's population, they only own 4% of all farms and agricultural lands, a result of the legacy of colonial and apartheid rule that lasted until the early 1990s. Trump then made a mockery of our refugee system by granting refugee status to 59 white Afrikaners who were fleeing fabricated persecution. This group even included an individual who had published anti-Semitic claims that, quote, Jews are an untrustworthy and a dangerous group, end quote, despite statements from Secretary Rubio that our immigration policy should be based on, quote, the national interest of the United States. The hostility towards Black South Africans and opposition to the African National Congress, partly expressed by my Republican colleagues, is not unfortunately new. Nelson Mandela, who was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for his leadership in the anti-apartheid movement, was considered a terrorist by the United States government for his activism, and he remained on the terror watch list until 2008. Since then, the United States has worked hard to deepen our strategic, political, and trade relations with South Africa. But now we are once again jeopardizing that progress. These claims of a supposed white genocide, combined with this administration's cozying up to dictators like Putin and Bolsonaro, damage not only progress, but America's credibility. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else asking to be heard? If not, there's no further discussion on the bill. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Meeks.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment.
Sir, is it 41?
Yes, no. I have more. 41.
Number 41.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2633, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page 2, beginning on line 3. Insert the following new paragraphs and redesignate accordingly.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm introducing this amendment because I believe that it's extremely important that we acknowledge the fuller history here if we're going to look comprehensively at the United States-South African relations. And if this bill is going to criticize the South African government's decisions, some of which, as I said, I disagree with, just as there's a lot of disagreements that I have with the United States government and that we've had not only now, but over the years. But so therefore, the record should also reflect the terrible decisions that were made in South Africa by South Africa's apartheid regime prior to 1994. Should be clear. So this amendment just restates the basic facts that an apartheid Afrikaner government ruled South Africa between 1940 to the 1990s. That government refused to grant political or civil rights to the nation's black majority. It is also true that this government, the apartheid government of South Africa, imprisoned Nelson Mandela for over 27 years. This apartheid government who looked at black South Africans having no rights, no ability to vote, no ability to free movement. Yet the United States government did not sanction it. In fact, it was the last country to join to sanction South Africa after the rest of the world had done it. The last one. Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa in 1994. Yet it took from 1994 to 2008 to even get Nelson Mandela off the terrorist list in the United States. We've got a lot of work to do to make up to South Africa for our awful behavior. So to come in this short period of time, as Mr. Jackson said, in less than 30 years, and now want to sanction the South African government after all that it has been through is just wrong. And this record should reflect the true history of what has taken place, because this amendment takes us back to where we should never want to go. We should be able to sit down and talk to South Africa, who over those last 30 years, with the leadership of Nelson Mandela, have worked with us cooperatively also in many areas. This disagreement that we have on certain issues shouldn't cause a fracture that will lead us continually to move in the wrong direction. So if we're going to do this kind of amendment, let it reflect the true history of what has taken place. Let it reflect South Africa's place of leadership on the continent of Africa for the last 30 years. Let it reflect the spirit of those black South African citizens of coming back and being able to become presidents and governments headed by black South Africans when they've been forbidden to do it for such a long period of time. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so that the record would be clear and reflect who and what South Africa represents in its entirety and not in just a limited viewpoint. Now yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the middle of the night and in bad faith, Democrats introduced this amendment, which has no relevance to the underlying bill. The findings listed in my legislation call out the bad actions by the current South African government. And I don't see any role in going back and looking at past governments and the relationships previously. This is the current South African government and the U.S.-South African relations now. And the ranking member's amendment is nothing more, in my opinion, than an attempt to justify the ANC's egregious actions toward Afrikaner community. Arguing over findings language is frankly a waste of everyone's time, especially considering that findings do not have any bearing on actual law, and regardless, if this amendment were to be adopted, the ranking member would still continue to oppose the underlying bill. I encourage every member of this committee to focus on the relevant bill language and oppose this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jackson.
I would like to lend my support and agreement with our ranking member Meeks, and please tell me it's appropriate for me to introduce an amendment. I may introduce. Okay, thank you so much.
Yield back.
Yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Representative yields back. I oppose this amendment. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks, number 41. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Roll call.
Roll call vote having been requested. We will postpone that roll call vote. Pursuant to chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Any further amendments? Representative Meeks is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk. 42.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
James, to come up here, one second. James.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2633, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page 14, line 12, strike, and legal authorities.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My second amendment is a somewhat technical but nonetheless important fix. When we negotiate sanction bills, and I've negotiated many of them over the years, one of the foundational questions is whether the sanctions authority will be mandatory, the president shall do something, or permissive, he may do something. I've supported both types of sanction bills depending on the specific context in question. The world is not a simple place, and we need to adjust our policy levers to specific contexts. But let's be clear. The executive branch doesn't need to cite a legal authority as to why it is not sanctioning an individual when the underlying authority is permissive in the first place. Yet, as drafted, this bill is committing a basic logical error. Moreover, Global Magnitsky has a unique mechanism that allows the chairman and the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee to send a letter that the administration must respond to and reach a sanctions determination by law. The language in this bill muddies that established process. My amendment fixes these errors by striking a few words. So I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. I support this amendment. Do any other representatives seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks, number 42. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments? Representative Jacobs.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Jacobs number 3.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2633, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California. Redesignate Section 7 as Section 8. After Section 6, insert the following. Section 7, report
Without
on-
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. The Trump administration has stopped all refugee resettlement programs in the United States with one exception: Afrikaners from South Africa. As part of our committee's oversight responsibilities, it's important we understand the full accounting of U.S. taxpayer dollars required to resettle Afrikaners in the United States. This amendment would ask for a one-time report with this information. It's a common sense amendment and something I urge all of my colleagues to support. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. President Trump is justified in providing asylum to these individuals. More importantly, this report does not have relevance in this particular bill. This bill is about holding the South African government accountable about their actions that they have taken that directly and negatively impact the interests of the United States of America. Any other representatives seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
Yes, I thank Ranking Member Jacobs for offering this amendment, which requires the Department of State to report to this committee the amount of money our government is paying to resettle Afrikaners, refugees in the United States. This comes at the same time President Trump has blocked all other refugee settlements to the United States. That is a pretty remarkable when you think about it. Let that sink in. The United States is welcoming white Afrikaners from South Africa, many of whom will tell you they neither need or want refugee status, while we actively turn away people from war-torn countries and those escaping extreme human rights abuses and political violence. The American people deserve to know how much money of their taxpayer dollars are funding this political stunt of a refugee program. So I urge my colleagues to support Representative Jacobs' amendment that will give us much needed transparency. And I yield back to balance my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to point out that this amendment was offered by my treasured colleague from California less than 15 minutes before the start of markup, and appears to be a last-ditch effort to criticize President Trump for his leadership in offering refuge and resettlement for legitimately persecuted Afrikaners. I fully support knowing where every dollar of taxpayer funding goes, but this report does not belong in a bill that reviews the bilateral relationship between the U.S. and South Africa. This amendment is also particularly ironic, given that Democrats had absolutely no issue with taxpayer dollars being used to transport millions of illegal aliens into the United States during the Biden-Harris administration. Even today, Democrats have taken no responsibility for the immigration crisis directly caused by these failed policies. I encourage every member of this committee to oppose this amendment. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Jaipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Jacobs, for introducing this amendment. I just want to remind the committee and anyone that's watching that the Refugee Resettlement Program has long been a bipartisan program. As the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, I can tell you that it was Democrats and Republicans together who worked on establishing the program, supporting the program, and in fact, the evangelical community has called this the crown jewel of American humanitarianism. This is a program that has saved lives, that have supported people who have been fleeing persecution and conflict, and shown the United States' sense of compassion, built our leadership around the world as we build all of our relationships. And so I think it is entirely appropriate that we find out how much money is being spent on this, given that the rest of the Refugee Resettlement Program has been brought to an abrupt and cruel stop. And there are people that are stranded around the world because the United States has reneged on our promises. So I urge adoption of the Jacobs Amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jackson.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I look forward to supporting the amendment of my colleague, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. We are here to deliberate the fate of a nation that is half a world away, a nation that has been long entangled in the bitter veins and vines of racial animosity that was in large part created by the United States of America. South Africa is a baby amongst nations on the continent. We have had a wholesale retreat from anything humanitarian, anything decent, anything engaging in diplomacy across the state. Striking this blow to the South African government is a strike to a blow to the entire continent. I've lived long enough to witness the lies that power tells itself. I have seen the myths that shroud oppression. I must speak plainly against the cruelty of injustice masquerading as legitimate concern. I support the amendment of the Honorable Sarah Jacobs. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jacobs, number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Which one?
Jackson. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Mast. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, members of the committee.
You just tell me you have an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
There you go.
Thank you. I'm anxious to get started. We'll wait for you to pass it
Appreciate
out.
that.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment that you just requested. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2633, offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Redesignate Section 7 as Section 8. After Section 6, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mast. Thank you, Chairman Meeks. Today I hear whether through indifference or deliberate misdirection, terms that are invoking white genocide. I think in order for us to heal the wound, we first have to acknowledge the truth versus the lies. There is no genocide going on in South Africa. I think we should be able to say that clearly and plainly. There has been atrocious history in South Africa, but a new South Africa is being born, and I hope that we, as members of this body, will be able to participate. But stoking those embers of fear and hatred and racial animosity will not yield us a very positive result. This committee considers sanctions. Sanctions is a moral instrument of pressure, yet some argue we must punish the South African government not for repression, but for seeking justice in land reform, economic justice, and voting, for redistributing land that was stolen from its people, for unsettling the long imbalance of racial injustice in South Africa. Let me be clear, justice is not genocide. Accountability is not persecution. Our work involves careful review of the information that shapes America's foreign policy, especially as it relates to critical partners like South Africa. My amendment to H.R. 2633 ensures that our relationship with South Africa is rooted in fact and not fear. Section 7A calls on Congress to insist on honesty in our diplomatic interactions. At the highest level during the meetings between President Trump and President Ramaphosa, misinformation or lies were circulated. Video evidence, which was a lie, was having to say there was proof positive of body bags in South Africa, but those body bags were actually in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and depicted Congolese victims. And for that, we've never apologized to the president of South Africa. Having a level of humility gives you truth, and then you can build. Another claim involved individuals making racist or incendiary remarks, yet those people were expelled from the relevant political party long ago. They are not a part of the ANC. We have people in our very government right here that are part of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, and we do not associate them with the party that's currently in power. We can tell truth to power. Fabrications about so-called white genocide in South Africa have entered headlines in social media. These stories suggest that white South Africans face widespread targeted violence and extermination. They gain traction in certain groups, but data does not support the narrative. And I ask my colleagues, show us the narratives, or in the vernacular of the young people, bring us the receipts. There's no evidence. South African police statistics, independent human rights monitors, and multiple international investigations confirm no pattern in practice matching the claims of systemic government-backed attacks or extermination campaigns against white citizens. I wish we could have an honest conversation and people would bring information. Misinformation about this subject routinely creates international tension, leads to fear-mongering, and can distort U.S. policy if not challenged directly. Section 7B of this amendment instructs the president to review the accuracy and completeness of background information offered for that meeting within 120 days. The president must provide a report to both the House Foreign Affairs Committee and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I would say that I have a problem in taking the president at his word and on prima facie on what he designates to be his truth. This effort establishes accountability. Congress receives documentation and details for decisions made in America's name abroad. My amendment encourages truth over rumor, accurate reporting, and careful review to form the foundations of ethical foreign policy. Misleading stories about South Africa, especially those invoking the false narrative of white genocide. Wherever there's genocide, that should be highlighted and we should be focused on it. No other country in the world is saying there's South African white genocide. This risks damaging partnerships and erode trust within communities affected by years of injustice. Policies shaped by rumor and deception carries real consequences. By favoring fact and oversight, this committee protects the integrity of our relationships and contributes to a future grounded in mutual respect. I urge all my colleagues to prioritize fact over fictions, to have truth over lies in our relationship with South Africa, and to support my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Representative Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, this amendment is another attempt by my Democrat colleagues to attack President Trump. The meeting between President Trump and the South African president sent a clear message. The ANC has led efforts to target and attack Afrikaner farmers, and we cannot tolerate these deliberate injustices. This amendment seeks to appease the South African government and is an unserious attack on the administration and its efforts to do the right thing in this case. I encourage every member of this committee to oppose this amendment. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
I support the gentleman's amendment that calls attention to President Trump's offensive treatment of President Ramaphosa during their meeting at the White House this past May. Like so many, I was surprised to see President Trump invoke images purporting to document the mass killing of white farmers in South Africa, when I was aware of no such evidence. And I was disappointed to see President Trump confront the South African delegation with video of bombastic opposition politicians and expect the South African government to be responsible for the reprehensible views those opposition leaders espouse. Public reporting since then has attempted to set the record straight, noting that the photos actually depicted casualties from the brutal violence in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, and backing up President Ramaphosa's assertion that the opposition leaders in the video do not speak for the government of South Africa. But we deserve to know from President Trump whether he has determined that the information he received from his aides in preparation for that meeting is accurate. You know what? Facts matter. They always have, and they always will. And this amendment will help us to clarify important information from that bilateral meeting. In fact, it will determine the facts of what was presented at the meeting. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Jackson. Number 1, I oppose this amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a roll.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Representative Keating.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and 70 copies.
Very good. You'll do the online in the future, though?
We certainly try and save a few trees.
Perfect. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. I don't think you need 70 today. Sure, clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2633, offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's simple, but it's very important. In the 118th Congress, this committee considered a version of this legislation, H.R. 7256, and in Clause 1 of Section 3 of that bill, the majority, the same Republican majority, made sure to explicitly state that Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine was illegal. In this new version, however, of the bill, the 119th Congress, this was reported out by the majority, and it was decided to delete and remove the word illegal from Section 3, Clause 1. And to me, It's not only factually incorrect, it's wrong to make any kind of lack of clarity that Russia's war of aggression is illegal. There's some ambiguity from time to time, and this is why it's important with the administration, where some members of the administration will say, well, Russia wasn't really the aggressor. Others will say Russia was the aggressor. There's one thing I know, though. I'm quite confident within this committee that there's a strong majority of all members that will support making sure that we're clear, as we were just in the last Congress, that Russia's action is illegal. In fact, we have one of great allies I work with on the other side of the aisle who makes a point that not only he uses the word Putin, but he describes him as war criminal Putin. And so I'm confident that the majority of members here understand that this law, that this action by Russia is illegal. And that's why I'm introducing this amendment, to make clear that this committee agrees and maintains that Russia's war of aggression was just as illegal in 2023, when we voted on this legislation, as it is today in 2025. Nothing has changed. Their actions, Russia's actions, have even become more abominable. So I'd urge my colleagues to be clear that Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine is illegal. And I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
Very good. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just want to state that I totally agree that the word illegal should be included in, and I have no objection to this and encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
And I agree with Mr. Keating and Mr. Jackson on this one, and I think that it's clear that Russia was a war of aggression against Ukraine, and hopefully we do this in a bipartisan way. Yield back.
Any other members want to agree? Very good. Why not? Very good. Yes, thank you. Being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. I recommend a yes on this. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Just to show the strong bipartisan support on this, I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Olszewski.
Thank you. I have an amendment to desk, amendment number 2.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, as that's being distributed, I will hope that my colleagues view this as, oh, we have to be read, I'm sorry.
I thought you just wanted to maybe
I've been here long enough, you think I would know the process.
I thought you just wanted to have a conversation with me or something. Okay. Clerk shall report or you want to have a conversation with the clerk, maybe. I don't know. So, okay. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2633, offered by Mr. Olszewski of Maryland. Redesignate Section 7 as Section 8. After Section 6, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues. I hope this is an amendment that is also not perceived as an attack on President Trump, but one that gives this committee more information. For decades, U.S. foreign assistance has transformed lives across South Africa. American generosity has played a critical role in strengthening South Africa's healthcare infrastructure, helping millions of vulnerable South Africans, especially children, have access to nutritious food, and has supported educational initiatives that empower youth. Most notably, however, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, has stood as one of the most bipartisan and successful U.S. foreign assistance programs for the past 22 years. In South Africa, PEPFAR's impact has been nothing short of extraordinary. It's been a lifeline for millions of families across the country. It has strengthened communities, and it has helped stabilize the country's health system in the face of one of the world's most devastating epidemics. In 2023, there were nearly 8 million people living with HIV in South Africa, with an estimated 6 million people receiving life-saving treatment. The stakes, however, are not just humanitarian. They're also strategic. A healthier South Africa means a more stable, prosperous partner, supporting a huge $20 billion trade relationship, the largest we have on the continent. PEPFAR is a model for how our assistance can promote health and prosperity in a bipartisan manner. Yet today, uncertainty threatens these achievements. Without strong U.S. leadership and continued commitment to PEPFAR's mission, we risk reversing decades of this historic progress. So this is hopefully a simple amendment. It acknowledges the millions of lives that have been saved by U.S. foreign assistance and programs in South Africa and requires a report to this Congress on the number of lives saved by U.S. HIV/AIDS assistance in South Africa. If we're going to do a full bilateral review, which is reasonable, it's important context to know how many lives U.S. taxpayer dollars have saved. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I do agree that the generosity of the American taxpayers have saved thousands and thousands of lives on the continent of Africa, I will have to say that I oppose this. I believe that this amendment is redundant, as this information that would be required is in this report is already publicly available, and it would be a waste of the administration's time to go through this bureaucratic process of conducting another report when this is already publicly available information. With that, I encourage every member of the committee to oppose the amendment. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
I support Mr. Olszewski's amendment, which correctly identifies the role American generosity has played in saving South African lives through PEPFAR and other U.S. assistance. We have partnered with the South African government for years to address the scourge of HIV/AIDS and literally saved millions of lives. This accomplishment deserves recognition when we look at the United States-South African relations. The amendment before us requires the State Department and USAID to quantify just how many South African lives our HIV and AIDS assistance has saved, an important metric to consider, especially in the context of the evolving bilateral relationship. South Africa still experiences one of the highest HIV burdens globally, and it is in our national interest to continue to help them control the epidemic, because we will all benefit when our global health programming saves lives. And I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Olszewski. I recommend a no on this. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, request recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Further proceedings on this bill are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4140, the Burma Genocide Accountability and Protection Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4140, to provide protection, support, and humanitarian assistance to Rohingya refugees and internally displaced people in Burma.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Meeks amendment, in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purposes of amendment. I now recognize myself in support of the bill. I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks and Chairman Emeritus McCall, Representative Bera, Representative Huizenga, for introducing the Burma Gap Act. For too long, the world has watched as Rohingya people have focused unspeakable horrors, genocide, mass rape, torture, and forced displacement. All that at the hands of the Burma military. This isn't history, it's happening as we speak. This bill sends a clear message: the United States will not stand by while war criminals rule with impunity. It calls genocide what it is. It backs justice with action, funding investigations, supporting survivors, and holding perpetrators accountable. It empowers Rohingya voices and demands that any future Burma include them as equal citizens, not stateless victims. Over 600,000 Rohingya remain trapped in Burma. This bill gives them hope and the tools to rebuild their lives. It also confronts Burma's military junta head-on, isolating it diplomatically and economically until democracy is restored. This is a test of our values. If we believe in human rights and justice and dignity, then we should pass this piece of legislation. The time for silence in this matter is over, and I urge every member to stand up with a yes vote. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Meeks.
Let me thank you, Mr. Chairman, for marking up my bill, the Burma Gap Act. And I want to thank all the co-sponsors, especially co-lead Representative McCall and original co-sponsor Representatives Berra and Huizinga. This bill passed our committee last Congress, and I hope this year we can get it signed into law. After years of congressional pressure to investigate the Burmese military's violence against the Rohingya in March 2022, the State Department made an official determination that members of the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingya. According to former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, the Burmese military's attack forced nearly 100,000 Rohingya to flee to Bangladesh in 2016 and killed more than 9,000 Rohingya and forced an additional 740,000 to flee the following year. Unfortunately, the violence hasn't ceased. In 2021, the Burmese military conducted a coup, imprisoned much of Burma's civilian government, and went to war against its own people. Around 600,000 Rohingya remain in Burma's Rakhine state and face violence, starvation, and worse. As violence continues within Burma and more innocent civilians flee to camps in Bangladesh, Thailand, and other neighboring nations, international assistance has failed to keep up with the growing humanitarian need. The bill continues U.S. focus on Burma crises and provides support for a Rohingya community that still faces violence and repression. The bill calls for a holistic strategy and authorizes the special representative and policy coordinator for Burma to manage the complicated, multi-dimensional challenges across the East Asia Pacific and South and Central Asian bureaus in the absence of a U.S. ambassador in Burma. It authorizes funding for protection efforts and justice and accountability programs and calls on the administration to continue contributing to critical humanitarian efforts. And finally, it calls on the administration to continue the bipartisan policy of refusing to recognize the Burmese military and state administrative council as Burma's legitimate government. By voting for this bill, our committee will make it clear that the United States will hold the murderous junta accountable. We make clear that we stand with Rohingya and all the Burmese people who continue to face violence today, and we make clear that we want to see a democratic and inclusive Burma that Rohingya can safely call home. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Ranking Member Meeks' legislation, H.R. 4140, which seeks to provide support to Rohingya refugees who have fled the country due to the genocidal policies of the Burmese government, as well as to hold accountable those Burmese government and military officials responsible for this genocide. The Rohingya, as we all know, are an ethnically distinct, predominantly Muslim group who have, by and large, been pushed out of their homelands and into neighboring Bangladesh. Truly, the actions of the Burmese government and their military are extraordinarily reprehensible and support the designation of genocide, which former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken previously announced. To the Rohingya people, we need to say with one voice, you are not forgotten. And to the other oppressed people of Burma, including the Chin, the Karen, and many of whom are Christian, I would also add, you are not forgotten either. I yield back.
Any further discussion of the bill? Seeing none. Being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Seeing none. Being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4140 as amendment to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. The committee will recess and reconvene at 3 p.m. for votes. Very good.
Good deal. Oh, you fell for my trick?
I was just testing the gavel to make sure it works. We're not actually ready. I am going to take a quick moment and recognize that we have a new member. Earlier today, House Resolution 600 passed on the House floor. It elects Mr. Randy Fine of Florida to serve on the Committee of Foreign Affairs. And we'll now take 5 minutes for each member to say whatever they want about you, and alternating between sides.
You want-
That's it.
Chairman, is that real? I can.
Would you like to kick that off?
I could kick that off.
No, that's all right. We don't. We might have to go back in time and start doing this retroactively at that point. Yeah. All right, the committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 2505, the Block Use of Transatlantic Technology and Iranian-Made Drones Act favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Measures will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. And I am a yes. Have all members voted? Where's Mr. Costa?
I don't know. There he is.
We're holding it for you, Mr. Costa. Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 50, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 4233, the AUKUS Reform for Military Optimization and Review Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. And I recommend a yes. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 48, the noes are 2.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 4216, the Made in America Defense Act as amended, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommended aye. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 48, the noes are 0, 2 present.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 4215, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations Licensing Reform Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Recommended aye. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the noes are 3.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postpones further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 3429, the U.S.-Japan Republic of Korea Trilateral Cooperation Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the noes are 3.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 4335, the Abraham Accords Defense Against Terror Act, as amended, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommended aye. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 19.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 3068, the Missile Technology Control Revision Act, as amended, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommend a yes.
Recommend a no.
Gentleman was not recognized. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 24.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting of H.R. 3613, the Streamlining Foreign Military Sales Act of 2025, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommend a yes.
Recommend a no.
All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 23.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Some amendment vote, just so you all pay attention. The committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 41 offered by Representative Meeks to H.R. 2633, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Recommend a yes for, recommend a no for Republicans. I'll bet you do.
Yes.
I recommend a no for Republicans. And the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 27.
Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 3, offered by Representative Jacobs to H.R. 2633, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. I recommend a no. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 27.
Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 1, offered by Representative Jackson to H.R. 2633, on which the noes had previously prevailed by voice. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. I recommend a no. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 27.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on the Keating Amendment to H.R. 2633, on which the ayes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. I recommend an aye. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Brad Schneider. Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 48, the noes are 2.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 2, offered by Representative Olszewski to H.R. 2633, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. I recommend a no vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 27.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 2633 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed
Mr.
to.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommend an aye. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 16.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended and as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 4140, the Burma Genocide Accountability and Protection Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. I recommend an aye vote. Have all members voted? See John wants to vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 44, the noes are 5.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. This concludes consideration of the measures noticed by the committee for today. I want to thank all members for participating. There being no further business to transact, the committee stands adjourned.